calling the meeting to order at 6:31 from my phone. Get a motion to approval of the agenda that may be amended.
So moved.
Second.
Item number 4, the executive session contracts and legal. We'll leave that if we get into something that's going to be legal on the requesting. I asked you to put it in, but maybe we don't need to, but we'll go from there. So all in favor of that amendment? Please say aye.
Aye.
Select board rules of procedure. So can you pull them up on Patrick?
Have a bunch more things which is. Well, so.
Not gonna say anything. You're right, and I won't say anything until you. Thank you. Search and just do rules.
That's what I did.
We'll select one, go to select
Rules of procedure, select board.
Centralized, that's really great. Start that early.
It's a good sign.
Different? Yeah, they just updated it. Oh, wait, you mean the
Updated
rules
here.
or the, this is the correct. It's not what you sent us?
It should be.
Yeah, but yeah, it is. It is, it's what he sent us.
It's the same. It's the
Two
same
board
backbone.
members, two-
Yeah, it's what he sent.
Oh, yeah, right in the bar. Oh, I see.
Pauline, Dan.
Yeah, okay. All right, you're all here for each other.
Okay, so first I want to go to the second page, Patrick. These are the Killington Select Board Rules of Procedure. Number 12, let's zoom in on that. Means maybe recess to a time and place indicated by the chair, but number 13, these rules may be amended by majority vote of the Select Board and must be readopted. Okay, I don't know if we really readopt. Anyway, C, procedures. The chair of the select board or in the chair's absence, the vice chairs selected by the board shall chair the meeting. We'll be back. Can we go to page 1?
Yep.
Under procedures.
Yeah, underneath.
Yep.
2, the chair shall rule on all questions of order or procedure and shall enforce these rules as required by 1 VSA 312. A majority of the members of the select board shall constitute a quorum. Quorum of the members of the select board is not present at any meeting. The only action that may be considered by the select board is a motion to recess or adjourn the meeting. That's something big because in the past, a lot of times they, the 2 people or whatever can talk. It's just not going to be a recorded meeting. We have to leave right away. Okay, we just say, as it says here, a motion to recess or adjourn. Okay, if we don't have a quorum. At the beginning of each select board meeting, time shall be set aside for open public comment. The chair may adjust the duration and placement of this public comment period on the agenda, consistent with provisions 1 VSA 312H. It goes on, Patrick, and it goes on to say that we have to afford time, and we want to afford time. Okay. Comments on warrant agenda items will be reserved until the relevant agenda item is addressed. A period of open public comment will be provided during each agenda item that requires a vote prior to the select board's vote. The chair may adjust the duration of the public comment period in accordance with 1 VSA 312H. Each select board meeting shall have an agenda with time allotted for each item of business to be considered by the select board. We've dropped that because we don't have a big, so it's going to Those who wish to be added to the meeting agenda shall contact the town manager or select board chair to request inclusion on the agenda. The select board chair shall determine the final content of the agenda. I'm saying here that each select board meeting shall have an agenda with the time allotted for each item of business.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get it, because we can't. I mean, we did that at the school, Roger, it says 10 minutes and then you're there 20 minutes. So-
Okay.
So we're just gonna be crossing out that with time allotted for each item of business to be considered by the select, okay? Keeping each select board meeting shall have an agenda.
Yeah.
Those who wish to be added to the meeting agenda shall contact the town
Yep.
manager or select board. Everything stays the same.
That's that part.
Yeah, okay. 6 on page 2. We're gonna have a vote on this at the end, okay, so I'm just running through it. All business shall be conducted in the same order as it appears on the agenda, except by majority vote of the select board. The order of items to be considered and or the time allotted may be modified. Well, we're gonna cross out all the time allotted, okay? Just stick to number 5. This is what I'm proposing and we'll have a vote. Motions made by the board members require a second, okay? The chair of the select board may make motions and may vote on all questions before the board. So I can say, either I can ask for a motion or I can make the motion and I can vote on it. A member may speak or make a motion without being recognized by the chair. You guys are welcome to speak on your phone. You don't need me to recognize you, okay? Any select board member may request a roll call. A recorded vote, like,
By
we say all, but
Yeah, we said,
this
yeah.
is more like.
Oh, I
if you
see,
were-
okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay, good morning.
Yeah.
How everybody know?
so. 11, the chair may appoint other board members to research an item warned on the agenda, report their findings to the board at a later date in accordance with 1 VSA 312. The number of members appointed shall not constitute a quorum. For a 3-member select board, which we had at one time, 1 board member may be appointed. And that's why when we were doing the TIF and getting into a lot of legal stuff or whatever, and Chris wanted to come into the meetings. That's why we had so many special meetings and we were following 312. For a 5-member board, which we are, we can put up to 2 board members, which we have been doing. Union contracts, Roger, you were not a board member at the time. So you folks must now follow when you go into these union contracts. You have to call it as a meeting or whatever. I think John said something on today because he picked up on this or whatever. They met us 3 because of that. We called an emergency meeting, which is fine, and we can do it afterwards. But going forward, know when you're having these union meetings and warn them through Patrick and Linda.
Patrick and Linda get the email, okay?
Patrick and Linda get it, and then it's just gonna be motion to open the meeting, motion to approve the agenda.
And that's gonna be for any group activity regardless,
If
correct?
if it's 3.
Well, meaning when we have 3, which our group is,
Right.
anytime that we have discussion on the subject of the union, we're gonna know, as a group, we will have notification to the public accordingly.
Yes, okay. Meetings may be recessed to a time and place indicated by the chair. We already went over. What was that?
Aruba.
Oh, yeah. No, don't laugh. We can all hop on a plane. And
Who's gonna pay for it?
if the public wants to get on the plane, they're allowed to get on. These rules may be amended by Veronica. We already went through this.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna come back to about, setting time shall be set aside for open public comment. Okay, this is number 4.
Yeah.
Item number 4. Okay, so we've got in front of us our warning in front of us for today. If you notice it, following one of the items here, We've got approval of the agenda, select board rules of procedure that we're doing, and we're gonna go to a vote on this, okay? The executive sessions, but then I don't have any citizens' comments or concerns into item number 11, right? Because on each one of these items that say vote, we're going to allow the public to speak. I want to say on each item, it's 10 minutes, maximum of 2 minutes per person. Okay, so tonight we have 1, 2, 3, 4 possible, 5 possible, which is putting 50 minutes to the public to speak, which is more than enough. You have a question?
Per person,
2 minutes
per
max.
event, or per person during the duration of the time? Just to make, need to qualify if someone wants to speak twice, can they speak twice at 2 minutes or only once?
So it's 10 minutes max, 2 minutes per person. Okay, and then we could add in that if time is allotted and somebody else wants to speak up a second time, if everybody else has spoken, then that person can take up to another 2 minutes, okay? But let's just make sure Patrick gets in there, that everybody has to speak at least once.
Yeah, Robert's rule stuff.
Okay. Well, Jim's rules or the board's rules don't want to finish with this. So then item number 11 here, it's going to be every meeting for citizens' comments and concerns will be 16 minutes. So we can follow the 2-minute rule per person, okay?
Oh, you're just saying in general.
Yeah, in general. This is what we're gonna change to saying that this item here, that there will be 16 minutes allotted.
Are you doing 201?
Well, you gotta stop. You gotta stop, because this is us, sorry, George.
Yep.
Okay, 16 minutes total with a 2-minute time limit per person. If there is time left over, then if somebody else wants to speak, they can speak again, okay? So in essence, just to get this clear, if there's one person here, they get a second time to speak. We're not gonna go a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, okay?
You give one person the entire 10 minutes.
We're not, the 16 minutes.
Or 16
minutes, no. It's, you get to speak once for 2 minutes, and then if nobody else wants to speak and that person wants to speak again, they'll get a second time to speak, okay?
What's the logic behind 16 minutes?
Well, I said 15, and we're saying 2 minutes maximum of time. So if we say 15 and say 2 minutes each,
For purposes of math.
you're gonna get, okay? So
And that's for periods of open citizen comment,
this is open.
not for
citizens comment.
periods of warned agenda item,
Right.
citizen comment.
So citizens' comment has nothing to do with any of the items that are on the agenda.
I just want to make that clarification. So that-
I also would like to see it here, this is not attacking any citizen, it's not attacking any board member, it's not attacking any employee, okay? This is citizens' comments and concerns. If it starts getting into foul language or whatever, we're gonna do what Bill loves to do, point of order. And if it gets too far, we are going to recess for 10 minutes, okay? So also in this, the rules of procedure, that the board may make a point of order. If the chair feels that the meeting is getting, well, if anyone feels like it's getting out of hand, you can say point of order. In the future, what I should have done last week, Bill, was I should have said recess 10 minutes. Okay,
Thank you for saying that, because that's the same thought I had in the evening when I couldn't sleep. I was like, I should have just called a recess.
and a recess. And if we go outside, because it's a nice night out or something like that, as the chair, I don't mind walking with one of you and just say, hey, listen, whatever, but we can only walk 2 in a group. You are not walking 3.
Mhm.
So does anybody have any questions on this from the board?
Did you want that in here somewhere, or is that just an understanding of how
No,
you
it's gonna have to
function?
be in there. It's
Where
got,
do you want?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
Robert's rules generally allow
That's
for
right.
point of order, but if you want to document it, that's fine
You
too.
know, I mean, you
Yeah.
can put down at the bottom of here, or whatever, just an asterisk or whatever.
Yeah,
down here.
somewhere in 12 would be.
That's
the
what I was
appropriate
trying
thing.
to find it, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Here's meant to be recessed.
It's kind of like Article 9 and Article 10, okay, any select board member may call a point of order.
So,
Yeah,
so
There's an example.
meetings may be recessed for 10 minutes,
Do you want to add in here,
for,
12?
for 10 minutes, or to a time and place indicated by the chair. Because if it gets way out of hand, like we come back in and boom, so it's recessed for 10 minutes, and then we come back, and if it continues, the chair can ask for a recess to another date.
And you want to add in after 10, any select board member, just to clarify, like you said, any select board member may,
No select board members should be in groups.
oh, no, I was saying the point of order.
Yeah, any select board member.
Yeah, like, yeah, and after item 10, it says that any select board member may request a roll call vote. Also, any select board member may
Yeah,
declare
so
a
put
point
it
of
in,
order.
so put it in number 10, like Bill is talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any member, so number
The
10.
chair.
Any
the
select board
chair-
member may request a roll call vote or point.
Point of order.
And also then ask for a recess, okay? Anyone can, if you feel like it's out of, just in case you feel like the chair is like, letting people go on and on and on, okay? It shouldn't.
Do you want to have it in 12 that meetings may recess for, or may,
Meetings
we'll
may
say
be
call for
recessed.
recess by any member,
Yes,
and then time and place by the chair.
and I would like to add with a vote, okay?
Yeah, recessed, we can hold.
And that vote is not going to open up the citizens input, make that clear.
No, yeah.
Okay?
Point of order is just a stop, okay, and that's, then, yeah, that should
Freeze
be
play,
recognized, yeah,
freeze play, stop.
stop.
Let's get our
Yeah.
stuff together.
Whereas a call for recess is a,
Yeah, that's a little different.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't need
so-
public input.
So any questions from people on the board?
It's a great idea. I think we need to,
So
first of
now-
all, contain the time that we're here. And give everybody an opportunity to speak, which we always want to do, but also try to keep these meetings
We have a
to
lot
a
of work.
limited time. We have a tremendous amount of work to do.
So that being said, even though we haven't voted on these rules that we're saying, but we're supposed to, so I will go to the audience and ask anybody if they have a comment on this before we vote. And John, can you start the clock for 10 minutes?
Got it, Roger?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, Rob.
Yes,
say your
hi,
name, say-
Rob Kovaleski. Just want to, I agree 100% with what you guys have said. I was just showing George, I was down at motor vehicle last week, and right on the windows, when you go up to talk to their agents, it says in 2 lines, we encourage respectful language, and right below that, we do not support abusive, threatening, or intolerant language. So, spot on.
George, name,
George Brand, are you doing 2 citizens input or 1?
doing one at the end.
1 at the end, that's it. Okay.
Everybody will have a time to speak during items that are up for.
And then you have the other options. I got what you're saying. I just wanted to know what you had.
Anybody else in the audience have something they want to add? Not hearing any from the audience, I'll go to the Zoom. You can just click it now. See, and if you don't know how to raise your hand, because sometimes on Zoom it is hard to find the Zoom raise hand. Does anybody have something to add to this? And if you can't raise your hand, just unmute yourself. Go ahead, Celia, but you're gonna have to unmute yourself. There should be a microphone. There you go.
I got it. Thank you, Jim. I think this is a good kind of step back and to, what I just did is I just ordered myself a simplified copy of Robert's rules, after Monday's meeting. So I really applaud you taking a step back and saying, this is the way we should do it, and this is how we should respect people. That's it.
Anybody else that is online, if you can't raise your hand, then just unmute yourself. I don't see anybody there. I would go to George and ask George to say anything, but he was not here to know what we're going on. So can I get a? Go ahead.
Man.
Man, you're muted. Man, there should be a microphone. If you click on it, it will say on mute. Hey, man, if you're trying to add something here, give us a thumbs up on the screen. If you're not, give us a thumbs down. You're not on the screen at this time. I would think that there's no comment here at this time here, okay? So, can I get a motion to accept the changes as spoke about?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Following that. The next item up here, it says executive session, but we had made an amendment. It said we may not use it, get into. So, select board process for requesting legal opinions. I've asked this to be put on the agenda today, and I'm asking for it to be a vote. I just want to clear that when this board, reason behind this here is so we don't get back and forth or whatever. But when the board is getting into a position where we need a legal opinion on something, or we're told there's legal opinion, I would just like it in writing. Because it leaves a paper trail. We don't get into.
You said, she said.
We don't get into whatever, okay? It's black and white. Here is the opinion from the legal counsel, okay? Because if we're going to make decisions on something, then we as the board need to see the legal opinion from the attorney. And if it's an executive legal opinion, then we'll do it in executive, okay? So, but if it's just some kind of, small thing.
Excuse me, just when we're done with our discussion, then we'll open it up to the
We're
public.
gonna follow like the board is gonna go around first on all this and everything, and then we'll come back or whatever too. We will not have a vote until we hear, because this is one item that says vote. So that's where I started with this at this point here. It's just, I would like, when we're told there's legal opinion, that we have something in writing to us showing the legal opinion.
Just like when we're asked to make a decision about expenditures, we should have the proper documents to review before we're asked to make that decision.
Okay, so we use MSK on all the TIF stuff. Pretty much easements for the TIF.
Bond bank is a
Bond bank is another
Thomas
company or whatever. We're not gonna be asking for, we get, when the bond bank writes something, they give their
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
And that's all I'm looking for. When someone gives us an opinion on something, we should have the opinion. We use Kevin Brown from Langrock and Sperry for the DRB. I think the planning commission was using Jeremy Farkas from MSK for zoning. I'm gonna say this, I think Jeremy's a great lawyer, worked a lot with him on, but I think when I start seeing things come from certain land developers in town saying they use Jeremy Farkas, I think we kind of run into a little conflict of he's not writing them, but he's helping writing the zoning bylaws, and then all of a sudden I get a person coming in saying, I'm gonna file a motion to compel, but I'm gonna get a motion to compel UFB, and it's like, you could do that, but I think we're gonna have a problem if Jeremy files it, okay? but we're using Jeremy for that. We use Jim Barlow at times for some legal opinions, okay? And we also have VLCT for smaller items. And I think as town manager, that if something can be answered by VLCT, we should be answering them before we go to, I don't want to say a paid lawyer. because
Dedicated.
We pay VLCT
Yep.
for legal advice. Okay, any questions on this?
So is this gonna be put in writing somewhere other than the select board rules of procedure or some kind of handbook or something? Or is this gonna be documented?
I think we should come up with something in writing saying, no,
Can
there
we add it
should,
into the,
I think it should be separate from that.
yeah, I think it should just be something that says
yeah, we'll do a legal
select
procedure.
what contracts and legal procedure ordinance or,
No,
I don't know what
it
this,
should just be like this.
yeah, procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll sit down because this is gonna be recorded. We can sit down and get that.
Yep.
Do you have anything to add?
Well, yeah, I mean, just one thing, because I want to make sure we understand this. I mean, obviously, there's legal bills associated, and I think it's good practice that if someone's talking to a lawyer for the town, that we get that conversation documented. Absolutely. Otherwise, why are we spending the money? Okay, but the legal opinion could go one of two ways. It could be the attorney writing the legal opinion based upon our conversation. This is the legal opinion. Or it could be us going the other way, saying, hey, we had this conversation. This is the advice you were given us. Would you please validate that? And
I think,
do we want to accept that kind of approach, or do we need the approach coming from the attorney? How do we
Go ahead,
want to
John.
manage that?
So I think that, we should have an outgoing question in writing.
Okay.
And we should have a reply in writing. Because contextually, depending upon how you choose to nuance a question, you can achieve an answer versus, and then.
any one of us.
Right.
Oh, no, that's why
Right.
I want to make sure we have the right approach.
To remove the subjectivity of how a question was presented, if you put it in writing, it's clear, black and white, that this was the question, this is how it was presented. If a fact is missing, then, that's a different, then it's missing, but the opinion is based on the format of the question. And I think that's very important.
And remember, this is the select board process for requesting legal opinions. This is not, if the town manager has a personnel issue that we need to go to, this is select board process for requesting legal. So this group here, when we ask for a legal opinion, we expect it in writing, or if you can come with something to us that states there's a legal opinion, bring the legal opinion to us.
And the question.
And the question, well, the legal opinion with the question.
Yeah, that's a package.
Yeah, you have to ask the question.
Question to get an answer.
I think
Yeah,
you
how
and
did we
I
get, how did
Yeah,
we
we're
get
up
this
to-
opinion?
So we just don't want to see the
Yeah.
question by phone,
Sure.
Okay, I'm just used to, like with Kevin Brown, I can talk to him on the telephone, and that man, I think you've dealt with him, no matter what, then he sends back an email saying, you asked this question, and this
Here's
is
the
my
answer.
opinion.
Yep.
That's all we're going to.
Yep.
This is select board process for requesting legal opinion. This is not outside of the select board, okay? So you had your
Warehouse of law firms, or if it makes more. It's a lot of different avenues, and, I don't know, it seems like.
So I'm gonna try to keep this meeting moving forward today. So I'm gonna go back to what we voted in for procedures. And number 14. No, that's not number 14. Where are we going at? Number 11. The chair may appoint other board members to research an item warned on the agenda and report their findings. So John, I'm gathering you would like to have a discussion on this, and who would like to join John in the discussion, because we could put to a second
I'm just
person.
gonna, I don't want to join John on anything more. Sorry. nothing personal. I just think that the group that we've selected each has their own area of expertise. So depending on what the question is that we're trying to resolve, then we reach out to within that group is reasonable, because really in this arena here, there's not going to be much more than that comes to us. So I'm okay with the group that we've selected or about.
Okay. Vito, you're
That's
good with
just
the
my
group that
opinion.
we're picking? And we have, it's no.
The union,
No,
No,
this is for legal advice.
people.
Legal
We're
advice.
using Kevin Brown for DRB. We're using
Oh, yeah, I'm
Barlow
fine.
for whatever.
Yeah,
We're using,
just-
but before we jump to Barlow, we are using VLCT on simple. Just,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, simple questions. That's all by email anyway. They don't take. They want
They
everything.
might request one
They
time,
might,
but
they
we
might
start
return
to
it, but
Return a phone call via email.
yeah, they were trying, they do it by email. Okay, so, I'm going to now, since I'm gonna go first to Zoom, because I did see first Celia raise her hand.
Make sure I have my clock.
Hold on one second, Celia. Hang on, Celia, but you will have to unmute the microphone.
Hey, thank you, Jim. You explained a lot. My concern was keeping legal expenses low. So this is only select board approved, and it's really watched carefully when we need legal advice.
Right. You're in and out. There you are.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Anybody else on Zoom? Not seeing anybody from the audience? Not seeing anybody, thank you. All those in favor of the select board process for requesting legal opinions, say aye.
Aye.
So the next one up is finance contract RFP. And like I said, it could be a vote, it may not, so, but, even if it's not a vote on this one here, after we have our conversation amongst ourselves, I will open this up, vote or not vote, okay? And I have the right somewhere in one of these items to adjust as the chair. And it's not me, it's the chair. Okay? So, we have requests for proposals, RFP, municipal finance and management advisory. We have put this in charge to you, I could be one of them.
Sure. So this is the RFP that would contract out the services prior handled by the Director of Finance. And gives a little basic purpose of it. It gives some background on Killington itself, then goes into scope of services. The scope of services focuses around financial administration and accounting, budget development, financial planning, tax increment financing, which again, Jim and I have talked that is a mechanism, but it is a specialized area that with different reporting requirements is a specialized skill. FEMA and grant administration of tracking the finances, debt management, audit support. Because they cannot be our auditors, they'd be audit support, risk management and insurance, strategic advisory services. So be able to give us financial long-term planning to the select board and town manager and other departments. Again, this would be a firm. We're not looking for an individual person. We're looking for a firm so that if there is any turnover, it would be hopefully a soft handoff between individuals in the other individuals in the firm. There's some deliverables that are kind of standard, monthly financial reports, quarterly forecasting, annual budget development support, annual financial reporting, our TIF, all of our TIF compliance reports, again, our FEMA grants, audits. It would require regular attendance at meetings. It would not be every meeting because we don't go on financials every meeting. It'd likely be once by Zoom. Yeah, it'd be once a month. And then written recommendations for policies, financial controls, best practices to get us up to speed to where we should be. There's some other proposal requirements that just as asking the firms to go into their technical approaches, their project teams. It's very similar to what we put out for the forensic audit, different cost proposal. And then it goes into the evaluation criteria of how we would score each firm that applies, as well as a term of contract being initial term of 1 year with annual options for renewal on mutual agreement. And then kind of goes over, standard public, that this is subject to public records. Killington is an equal opportunity employer and gives submission requirements. There's no deadline on it right now because we want to make sure that everyone's fine before we put a deadline. And then also that we reserve the right to reject any and all proposals. Now there's some legalese. Do you have any specific questions?
What I'm gonna do is
items?
just go and say, I'm gonna start from left to right.
Sure.
Okay, John?
Do not be offended when I say this. It sounds like you're outsourcing your job. So when I read this, it's not really what we discussed. It's far broader. And I thought about this last week when certain or some members of the public discussed this, that we're outsourcing all of our financing and all this, and that was never part of the discussion that was had. The only items that we were discussing was TIF and bond grant type funds to remove any of the water project, any road work from our current administrative financial function, leaving us essentially town operations internally and moving all those items contractually outside.
I think you wanna add in, we also said FEMA
Well,
reimbursement.
and FEMA.
Thank you.
And FEMA, well,
Well, no, I just,
My-
you
well-
mixed it in with roads, but there's a road project going on.
right, so my general statement is, don't know where this became confused, but I thought it was very clear that we were going to remove any financial work that was outside the scope of day-to-day town business. We were gonna keep town business in town, moving back to operations essentially the way they would have been pre-TIF days and grant, the big projects, basically Killington Forward, et cetera, et cetera. So the scope, as I understood it to be, and like I said, I was kind of surprised when I've heard members of the public talking about it, saying that we were outsourcing all of this stuff. It was never the intention, as far as I know, and I could be wrong. It was only to remove the complicated components of our current financial existence to bring them into a more regulated environment.
Okay, and I also wanna bring in, when one of us is talking, if somebody wants to chat in on, we can't stop you, okay? So if you have something, it's not using your time, I'll still come back.
Okay. Well, I'll
We're
make
gonna use
one
to-
comment, John. I don't think you're exactly wrong, but I don't think you're exactly right, because I think when we looked at it, okay, we basically said, wait a minute, we have just call it two jobs, okay? We have running the regular operating town finances, and we have the problem with, let's just call them special large
And I'm gonna
projects.
jump in, we have issues.
Yeah, and we have issues.
We have issues, not problems.
I mean, yeah, okay, we have issues. We have issues with regular town operating budgeting and with special projects. Okay, and how do we manage them? And we sort of decided, well, special projects they're one-time events and you gotta bring in expertise to do it. And then when the project's done, that goes away. Okay, so that's kind of like the TIF. Okay, but I thought at the end of that discussion, we also said, well, wait a minute, if we get a firm that could work on the TIF, maybe we could also talk to them about the broader picture of how do we do managing town finances. That's how I thought we left that conversation.
That's my understanding.
No,
That was not my understanding.
Okay, well, I could be
Yeah,
wrong. I mean, I
think
could be
Golf could
wrong.
be wrong.
that's what I
right.
believe Patrick had injected in the conversation. But then it was discussed further, that is not the intention. The intention was to take complexity of our accounting, our day-to-day ledger town operations is pretty basic accounting process. So the idea there was that we could keep that in-house. Again, getting back to how we're looking at trying to reorganize, the workforce so that we can be more productive and more efficient, and taking away the complexities that will have more auditing requirements, more reporting requirements, more transactional business coming and going as it relates to payments, reimbursements, submissions, invoices, so on and so on.
They're very time intensive.
Very time intensive.
Right, time intensive,
So that is
and
away
knowledge
from,
intensive.
right, and so that's why we were calling for a specialized accounting
Yes.
firm to work in that space specifically, but that we would maintain the need to have intellectual knowledge as it relates to town finance and, the various mechanisms that we used for financing throughout the year in turn.
I'm gonna throw something in here. The purpose, Patrick,
Mhm.
kind of reads out what they're saying. I don't know if maybe this is just the background.
This is just the background of the town.
This is the background on the town here, which kind of gets people jumping into enterprise funds, including water, wastewater, municipal golf operations. This group is not going to pull that. Okay,
My understanding is, Patrick, that you are responsible for building. That's your job description.
yeah. So that's fine there. So let's like, item number 2, background. It's just a background of what the town does.
Mhm.
That's all. And it's coming in and it's saying that we are an $8 million regular town budget before these other items here, okay? And there's approximately 75 million in capital projects. And the majority of them is when you start throwing in the raise grant and everything else, it's getting up to 75, 80 million.
Yep.
And the board is saying, after like 2 or 3 years we're saying, this is probably the better way to go for them to be looking at this.
Mhm.
But we're not releasing what we still need a group doing the regular financing for the regular town. And that is collecting taxes, collecting sewer, pretty soon, hopefully, collecting water fees and whatever. The municipal golf costs, us doing that in here. And this above is to take off the pressure. It seems to maybe we're just not specialized. And when I say that, that's not a knock, because I've also said at times
Definitely not.
that Burlington.
Yeah.
Burlington got like 10 years into this thing before they realized. We don't even have, we're just starting. Last year we had a little increment, this, $15,000 or whatever. We're not at that point. We're gonna get ahead of this and make sure this works out. So
So
we're
it's
gonna
more
jump to
scope,
the
yeah.
scope of services.
Yeah.
So John, Roger, everybody else, the background is just the background of the town of Killington, okay? So background of town of Killington. Okay,
Yep.
that's whatever. So now let's get into so John, I'll let you speak. Bill, do you have anything now that you want to throw in?
Well, I think John clarified that. I think the scope of services obviously need to be clarified for the projects, not for the normal town budget. The only comment I was going to give was on the deliverables, in particular the last one, written recommendations regarding financial controls, policies, and best practices. And I think if we.
Deliverables. Item number 4.
Item number 4, deliverables, right? And I think the split there, okay, if we do the split, okay. On the one hand, I would expect a company that we hire to manage the large projects, okay, basically to give us, hey, this is our belief on how we want to manage them, and they will get approval from us to manage them that way. But then we have this other problem, John, where we have a 1980 process that we have to update to 2030, okay, in terms of our town finances. And so we need to somehow get that project discussed amongst ourselves, okay, and figure out a way to get it started, particularly once we get the budget.
I think Vito would probably be jumping in here and saying, hopefully that's what the forensic audit is going to start.
Yeah,
I would say that.
that's part of it, yeah.
That's saying what I think that he would jump in and say.
Yeah.
So.
So I mean, if, as I say, I think when you split that between regular projects and town normal operating, okay, I think,
So we're saying if we're doing the special projects to pull out that line,
Well, for the projects they're working on, they should be telling us, okay, this is the financial controls
Not the
that they
expense.
recommend.
I want to
Yeah.
jump back to number one, the purpose, while talking about number four. Number four is the purpose, and it's monthly financial reports, quarterly financial forecasting reports, annual budget development report, annual financial report preparation, you know, and that is TIF compliance and financial report, so that's right
Oh, yeah.
there. And then FEMA, okay? FEMA and grant financial status, but not just grant financial status, but the actual compliance of meeting everything there, and the monthly reports and the quarterly reports, you know, and they're going to be doing the audit preparation materials for TIF and for FEMA. And when we say special projects.
How have we defined it?
No, it's TIF and it's FEMA for now.
For now,
For now, it's TIF and FEMA. It's not that we get $5,000 grant to put in. Well, when we say special projects, someone
We have a
may
special
jump
project
at
fund.
that.
Right.
We have a
Okay, yeah.
special project
we're not
fund.
defining them that
Well,
way, yeah.
specifically
What about
TIF
something
and
like the
FEMA.
raise grant? That's 25.
Well, that's part of that is
Well,
TIF.
It's part of Killington.
That is
Killington
TIF.
forward.
No, that is TIF.
Is it too?
TIF, the raise
Once
grant,
it goes through phase filing.
well, we're not going forward until it gets into
It's
the
phase filing.
to the VEPC
Yeah.
phase filing. The road from the lookout down to Anthony Way is approved in the VEPC TIF project.
Mhm.
We just need to go in and file the application commission, okay, to get in. The only part of the Killington Road from the lookout or from the substation down, I believe, okay,
1A
is
cell.
is the water. Okay,
Oh, yes.
the water,
Yes.
the water is not part of, from the lookout down, the water is not part of the TIF. But the road is completely TIF along with up above. So the USDA grant for phase one,
1A.
and you can call it south and north or whatever, because there's two parts of it.
Yeah.
That's TIF, okay? All of the road is TIF.
But doesn't the raise grant have its own requirements and record keeping and?
Well, then, so, yeah, but this is where people get messed up. TIF, and Patrick said this earlier, TIF is not the financing mechanism. TIF says, if you can get the financing, we approved you. Okay, so we got financing from Raise. And I think at some meeting, we're gonna see from the planning commission an update on the Raise grant. Okay, and how much more after or whatever, okay? So,
I think we need a CPA to figure this out, because the way I see it, the TIF program itself is a state-sponsored mechanism to allow us to use a majority of the real estate taxes we collect to pay off bonds that we use to finance these projects,
Right.
which will create the TIF.
Well,
Okay.
so.
We create the
So this
incremental tax.
distinction between getting a grant.
No.
No,
No.
we don't have to pay back the grant.
You still, you
Then what am I
we-
missing?
We still have to.
I think you're correct in what you're saying.
I'm just not sure what I'm missing.
You're saying there is, so Killington Forward is the project.
Okay.
Part of
No,
the
no,
project,
it's not. Killington Forward was just something a group of people.
it's a name. It's a name.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
but
VEPC approved the TIF district, which included the road from Route 4 all the way up to the Grand Hotel, including the roundabout. And then it was up to a group to go out and get financing for it, okay? So I can tell you that, you know.
the TIF is a repayment method. It's a,
Okay, the TIF, like exactly what you said.
yes,
But-
yes, it is what you're
but-
saying.
But it's gonna be more than $25 million for the Raise grant, okay?
So we gotta map it.
So we have to go back into, no, it may be more than.
I
a
know that, I
million,
know, we got this.
Okay, but we have to go from VEPC approval so we can get an agreement with the developer who's sitting online, I believe, okay? We have to go with them and make another agreement with them to allow that as you say, the funds from there to pay the bonds down. The grant part, like, we've got out of, let's say, $23 million, let's say, for 1 through 3A of the water line. That's what we're being told. $23 million. Well, out of that, there's only, say, it's a 40-year loan at 0% plus a 2% fee, I think.
You're talking through SRF.
It's through SRF.
Yep.
SRF gave us some $8 to $10 million worth of grants. Okay? So the $23 million is only gonna be around $13 million. That's what I'm being told at this time. We'll wait to see Thursday what the numbers are. But it's a mixture between grants and actual funds that we have to put out. And at the end of the day, it's TIF that's going to pay from up above at the developer. So let's just say the road for the raise, I'll scare everybody here, $100 million, okay? And $25 million is coming from raise. Well, that's $25 million that we don't have to pay back. But where are we gonna get the other $75 million from? We have to go into an agreement with the developer and say, we need this agreement, okay?
That they need the development of the road, or else they wouldn't be able to develop the project.
Well, I
Well,
think more
they already
importantly,
said-
in this context,
Yeah.
even though it's a $25 million grant, we still have to financially manage the project properly.
Yes.
That's the thing.
And that's
Yeah.
what I was saying. I think I agree that when we say the TIF, we kind of use as a larger term, that is, but is the entire project of the road, I agree, that has special requirements because they're federal that we're taking, or federal grant. So yeah, I think FEMA, having a financial firm handle our FEMA stuff, which is special, handling the TIF related finances is special, and the larger scale project, like again, as designated by the select board.
So the water line is not part of TIF.
Right.
You can throw it into the Killington forward, which I don't, Killington forward just, it's the brand or whatever.
Yeah, but
Okay?
it's the umbrella
But
covering
that's
these
not part of
things.
TIF, but the water line is going to have to be looked into from this.
So,
Right, so again, the water line's not TIF,
But not the
but it
golf
should be,
course,
not
not
the golf course, not
When we say
the
the water line, we're not talking about the annual
the day-to-day operation.
maintenance.
Yeah.
and
You're talking about the building
the
construction.
building
fund.
construction.
Yeah, so I think it'd be, it's really.
So can we
Project as
can we go
designated.
back to the
Yeah.
topic at hand, which is the RFP here?
Mhm.
I just want to make this comment. I believe this is overly comprehensive, because it doesn't distinguish between quote unquote financing and accounting, which are somewhat distinct but related. Okay, on the one hand, you have to keep records. On the other hand, you have to prepare reports and do financial projections and analysis. So the accounting part of it is just, what normal organization would be like the controller oversees all that. And underneath them, they have staff accountant, bookkeepers who develop the records that are used by the financial. Okay, that's the distinction as I see it. Okay, so, if the CPA firm that looks at this is going, what do these guys really want? Do they want accounting? Do they want finance? Do they want the whole McGill? And since we right now, as it stands, we do not have a staff accountant, we do not have a financial person. Who is doing the accounting? Who is
We'll
you?
get into that. That's on the-
Right.
So we're not
Well,
gonna.
I'm just, because are we hiring this firm to do accounting? Or are we doing hiring this firm to do financial analysis and reporting?
So this is why I said, we
Well,
will hold, we will hold off. If something starts leading to an executive session discussion, we will call it into executive session. So I get what you're saying, and I was with you when you were saying there is financing and then there is financials or whatever. So I don't see this group going out getting the financing for us. The town is going to have to get the
Yeah.
financing. They're gonna be doing all of the financials, which include everything. And yes, all the reports, everything for that project. Or the water line is gonna come now down towards, which is not TIF, but it's a special, this is part of the Killington board, whatever, okay? But they'll be doing all the monthly financial reports of those projects, okay? They're keeping us going on. I agree with you, we're going to need somebody in town hall that we don't have yet, okay, that understands financing to deal with this group.
Correct.
But that will be an executive session discussion.
Well, just one more comment as far as, because I think you already brought this up about the forensic audit, deliverables thing, where written recommendations regarding financial controls policies and best practices. That is something that the forensic audit is going to give us, okay? So I think was a lot, maybe some other duplication.
So you want me to cross that one out, Vito?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, you know, I'm only one person.
Well, again, this is how we get input. So, you can cross out.
Which item?
Be the last one on number
Number
4.
4. Last one.
Well, that was one of the items we were looking for, the
Yeah, so that.
forensic audit to
then
provide.
Yep.
I'll agree with Vito on that, because that's what we're getting out of this
Okay.
forensic audit, okay?
So do you want to look at just from what I'm hearing from you guys?
Roger's got.
Oh, go ahead.
Roger's got a
I'm
shot.
okay right now, as long as we understand that the local things like the budget and general ledger items are still Patrick's job.
So-
Makes sense.
No, it's a town manager's job.
Right,
And
the
it's the
town manager,
finance
excuse me.
department's job. We'll
Correct.
get there. Okay?
That's all, and the rest of it looks fine to me, as long as we remove the parts that should be,
So
like the budget.
I think to clarify and this is really important, I think, for the public. The intention and the purpose is that these projects will have an end date.
Yes.
So
Right.
for us to staff up, sir, can you hear me in the back? I see you, sir.
I can hear you, I
Okay.
can't hear you.
I just want to make sure you can hear me, because I think this is an important point. So the thing with this is, these are very involved, very specific accounting tasks and comings and goings of large volumes of money and heavy transaction frequencies and things like this that we're just not experts at, right? So the idea is that we take this one part of our financial pie and we outsource it. It has an end date. So in other words, when the projects are complete, we have an end date. Eventually, it rolls into a smaller outsourcing piece, which is the TIF component, because the TIF doesn't necessarily go away. I mean, I guess maybe at some point it does, but in the short term, we have 4 or 5 years of heavy construction that we have to go through all of this auditing and just all the different financial practices that will be involved in these big projects. So the idea is that we move this off the town's plate, put it in professionals' hands who this is all they do is manage finance and accounting. Let them do it. And as these projects scale down, so does our need for outsourcing. But when the project is complete, we don't now have a member on staff that we now don't really have a great need for a very high level financial person. So the idea is allowing us to live on this bubble that when we need it, and then when the bubble bursts and goes away, we don't need these services anymore and we can let them go, so that we're not hiring a career person that in 4 or 5 years we're looking at saying, geez, we really don't need someone at that level. And then you have to make a decision, which is not a good thing to have to do. Nobody wants to have to let people go or make changes. So this is really the idea behind making this change.
So, and I'm gonna throw in here that, yes, the project itself, let's say like the USDA of the road is supposed to be completed within 2 years when we finally go. There's still the collecting and the auditing and the finance stuff of the TIF itself. And the actual is like, the payback is 30 years.
Right.
So we're not gonna bring this company in here just for overseeing the project funding. They're going to stay through and item number 7, to me, should be 3 years. If you're gonna get somebody in here, somebody's gonna say 1 year, I'm gonna get all into this or whatever. I think that should be 3 years, so we can get through.
With an option for extension of
With
two,
options.
with an option of extension for 2 years.
Jim, I think I think we all understand when the projects go great guns and everything, okay. But I think part of the end of of any particular project is the handover of the regular routine practices, okay, going back to the town. Okay, so
I don't agree with that.
You don't think so?
No, it doesn't,
I
it doesn't
don't.
happen that way.
Because-
Okay.
It just goes from a bigger balloon.
It goes from,
To a
right,
smaller balloon, and we still have this
And the
company
renewals of the contracts,
who's managing it. It's
the
just
renewals of the contract will
will reflect
dictate.
that. So it scales down.
so so what I'm hearing is you don't think that 20 years from now, the town will be doing the TIF calculation of how much money is going to.
I think the idea is that we kind of are washing our hands of
I
it.
don't.
No,
But
that's
at
fair.
this point, I
Okay.
don't,
Okay,
but I don't know.
you don't know, okay,
Because
okay,
I
that's
don't know
fair.
where we move with the in-house staff.
Okay,
Over time.
well, and these are things that we can deal with at the,
That's why I'm
as it
saying-
goes forward, as we get experience doing this. I just was
Hey,
trying to figure out where you were.
Could shock me and it could be 3 years from now that we're fine, but
Yeah.
that's why we have here, it says term of contract. The initial contract term shall be, and it says 1 year with options for annual renewal by mutual
I do like
agreement.
3 better.
I think 3 years.
I would say 3 with an option of a 2-year extension.
I would just say I would stick to what Patrick has here with options for,
Renewal with mutual agreement.
well, yeah, forget about annual, okay?
Don't put time on it.
Yeah, okay, because
We don't know.
you may love this group and then say, I want it for another 3 years, okay? Go from
We may get.
So how's it gonna read?
It's gonna say the initial contract term shall be 3 years with options for renewal by mutual agreement. We're just taking out the annual and going from there. You know, like, people are gonna put so much time into this thing in the beginning, and it's a 1-year contract.
I kind of think what John is trying to say, and this is the way I kind of see it too, is that as the project develops itself and starts to become more automated in a sense, just to use a word, or more automatic or just more systematic, that the scope of their work will shrink. And hopefully shrink to the point where we don't need them anymore, and it becomes a manageable thing to be handled internally. But we don't know if that's gonna get.
And that's gonna be way down the road. I
Then
think.
that's gonna be
Yeah.
way down the
The
road.
big one is-
That's why I said 20 years.
That's a mixture between
Yeah.
John and.
All right, am I right?
That's
Am I
right.
right?
Yeah, so the
Okay.
big one is
You
the
two are
trade,
agreeing.
Yeah, I
it's
know.
just a matter of
The
time.
big
And all
one
I'm
is
saying
the
is
construction.
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah, we're in the heavy lifting.
Heavy-
The
right now.
construction period is when we're gonna need the most,
most support.
ability
Right.
to be able to get it off our hands, put it in professionals' hands, so
Professional
that any auditing requirements, and really this is what it all comes down to, folks, is auditing. If we're doing all of our own stuff and we get audited, we do not have the bandwidth under any circumstance that I could foresee to be able to manage an audit appropriately,
In the scale project.
and it would fall back to us, and it could be seriously problematic if something were to go wrong. By doing this, we're really putting in safeguards and bumpers to be able to prevent the town from further exposure down the road. And I think that's what people need to understand about the desire and the need to make such a move in outsourcing this non-traditional part of our town. What I call town business, but it is what we do, as far as I'm concerned, is we do have this thing that we run. And this is one part of our business that didn't exist, a handful of years ago, and is gonna exist for at least a handful of years, and then materialize and morph into other things as it diminishes over time.
So I think we can get off of number 7 that we're in agreement with that at this point.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump up to number 6, okay? And evaluation or whatever. So TIF and economic development financing experience in Vermont.
Yeah.
Okay, in Vermont.
Very
Because
different.
I went to something at one of the ski resorts on this, and it was like, every state is different. So in Vermont, FEMA and grant administration, so I would say FEMA on grant or whatever, somehow worded, it's grant administration for FEMA, okay?
It's FEMA grant administration. take that
Okay,
hand.
yeah, okay, that doesn't have to be Vermont because FEMA is a federal program. The big one there is the TIF or whatever. You know, technical approach and staffing plan, I mean, on their side, not on ours. okay?
Correct.
All right, the cost proposal obviously is their cost, so whatever. References, and yeah, no matter what, that's gonna be there.
Do you want to take out the first one and redistribute that?
What is that?
Municipal finance
experience? Yeah, because we're getting
Well,
into
actually-
TIF and, but you could put that in.
Because
there,
that
but
is the
make-
special projects, I guess, would still be on.
I would lower that down to 10, and then, I mean, really, what we're doing here is the TIF, and up that to 35% or whatever. I mean, that's the.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's where we.
You know.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna come down to number 10.
Well, can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Anyone can jump in.
so what
at the
we need-
table.
What I think we need to do, because we're going through the process of selecting a vendor for the forensic audit, ideally, as Vito and Bill and have said, ideal if we could couple the two together. So I think if we were to add a minimum requirement to this bid of being one of the 5 finalists already select, as per, then you can do this, trust me. You can.
Oh, no, I think you
Trust
can. Do
you
we
can.
know, do we
So-
know if they have the? Okay, yeah, go on, sorry.
So I think,
So this could be underneath executive session for contract and discuss how we're gonna go about from there, okay?
that's fine.
Right, that's where we're gonna do that. It's a good point. I'm with you, but we gotta, go from there. So I'm on number 10, submission requirements. This thing is gonna be over the $40,000 or whatever, so the proposal shall, and if we go into our purchasing, it's supposed to be to the select board. It's not supposed to be the town manager. So, and it's not supposed to be by email or whatever. It's supposed to be a closed bid, that's all. And nothing against, this is how other town managers did it at some times or whatever. It's not you, it's the way you came in, you looked at something else.
Yeah,
But if
so-
we're going to follow our purchasing policy or contracts or whatever, it comes down to it, it's supposed to be a sealed bid. And it's supposed to be addressed to the select board, to the town of Killington. Now. What?
Save some work.
Well, so the
Yeah,
other option,
putting them all out, sealing it.
and then, if we were to ever update this policy, what we really should have is like a specific inbox for bids at killingtontown.com or something like that. If we want to go in that direction over time, it should have a specific destination location for bid submittals.
But right now, we're following
The current,
purchasing,
correct.
okay?
Okay, so you want sealed bids
Sealed
mailed
bids, yeah.
to
Mailed to-
select board.
You can put attention to the chair and the vice chair. We're not opening these things up until, until the meeting.
And if there is a.
So if we're gonna get hard copies, I don't know how to word it, or I would like to see some sort of electronic copy included, whether it's a disk or a flash drive or something. Because it's easy to manage these days with electronic.
So submission requirements could be mailed in an envelope, mailed or whatever, with a copy of the USB sealed. With a copy of the proposal on the USB drive.
Okay.
All right. That way it will take care of you folks that like, we can go from there, all right?
So a digital copy works.
With digital copy.
We're gonna have a lot of USBs.
Hopefully we have that many of you.
SD cards, it's not a thing now.
God says
So
maybe
I
we
have
should set
a
up
question.
So I'm gonna.
This is where proposals go.
This one I'll pass on.
That's where they do
That's the
it.
way.
Number 4, deliverables, regular attendance at scheduled meetings. Regular attendance.
I think the
As
meetings would be.
select board. And the calls on them, okay? No,
Just
we're
when we
on
take out
deliverables
regular, so
four.
attendance at scheduled meetings as requested.
As requested, you know.
By the
Okay.
select
Or-
board.
Yeah.
Okay.
It can be Zoom.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah,
always.
it could be. And once
They don't
again,
need
I mean,
regular attendance,
right.
it's just when needed. They would-
And just so we keep on following whatever, like proposal requirements, point number 3, experience managing TIF districts. and proposals. Just so we stay there, okay? This is in proposals. Okay, number 3, bullet point 3, says experience managing TIF districts. You wanna make sure.
Oh, this, okay, I see.
We're just trying to follow, because we said it somewhere else.
Right, we don't care less about the Chicago ones.
I don't care Chicago, I don't care New Hampshire, I don't care Maine. I like the places, but I don't really, we're trying to get it from here, okay? So underneath 3, the last one, strategic advisory services, the last bullet point. Once again, is support for economic development projects, municipal financing strategies. Vermont, different than a lot of other places. And economic development does fall. TIF stuff that we're trying to go. Financial presentations to elected officials of the
Jim.
public. Just leave it.
Before you leave this, strategic advisory services consultation with the town manager on major financial issues.
What you
It's 3 bullet point, 3 last bullet point, strategic advisory services.
Right, so that.
And the second to last says consultation with town manager on major financial
Right, so
initiatives.
that should be
I
select.
think that'd be town manager and select. board.
I would actually change that to just
Just-
consultation with the town, okay, because.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It could be
it could be,
planning, it could be.
who knows who it is, yeah.
I think it should be select board. Because we're talking about future projects. And that is the purview of the select board. So these are projects that would be,
Consultation with select board and town manager. Okay, consultation with select board and town manager.
Okay,
Okay, it's just,
whatever.
okay, so at least we're there, because
Okay.
we are, because at the end of the day, it keeps on coming back. We are the ones that's supposedly in charge of.
Well, I'm just saying that way, but you might get into a situation where you want them to work with with planning, for instance, okay? So, yeah, I know you want to restrict it for a lot of things, but at some point you're gonna say,
I think
Yeah.
sometimes
you're making it complex.
complex or whatever, that
Yeah,
it's just a consultation. It could come
Yes.
first to the select board and town manager and then say, we're good
But
with
we're
this
gonna
going to the planning commission. We're
Right.
good with this, we'll go to the finance, whatever.
Yeah.
We're good with this, we'll go to.
that's why I said town
Whatever.
versus
Yeah.
specifying an individual.
I would like first to come to the select.
I
board
also
and the
think
town
though
manager.
that that is a residual of the misunderstanding of the actual request. So I think that's what that's from.
Point is taken.
You're correct there.
Point is taken. Okay, I think we're doing pretty good here, whatever, so
Are you going backwards through this? 'Cause
I'm just
Okay.
jumping.
Jumping.
Pretty sure we are,
He's making sure we're
we're
awake.
playing.
Yeah.
You're going back and we're.
My question was on 3, and the first one,
Yeah,
the
so
financial
let's go
admin is, like, if it would just go through, we're in 3, so if we can just go through.
Okay.
So this first one, it sounds like you want this kind of cut whole cloth.
No, because it says general ledger management and oversight, it's for TIF and FEMA. Because
So
TIF and FEMA are
so
going
financial
to have,
administration, accounting, or TIF and FEMA.
right.
Okay. Well, or
There's gonna be a general ledger for TIF,
FEMA special projects.
okay, and Killington Forward or whatever. We gotta watch that special projects because then they'll say, you know, I mean,
Project.
these folks are not gonna get involved in the swimming pool.
Right.
Nobody said that word, right? They're not gonna get involved in the swimming pool. It's a regular town thing.
Right.
They're not gonna get involved in
So, projects as designated.
something happening at the golf course for the winter or
So-
whatever. So it also calls that somewhere you have in here that they have to have experience with.
No, I saw that.
government accounting standard.
And this is where I agree with you. I think you brought it up, like, where's the staff accountant or whatever? Okay, they may be providing this, maybe someone's gonna come in and say, well, this is what we're producing it to you, but then somebody's gonna have to, I don't know, we'll get into that when we see the bids. But, maybe not everybody's, that's why I keep on going Vermont, because they should know NIMRIC. Okay,
Almost
You're
have to
working
look
in
at
Vermont,
it as
yeah.
like an
I
enterprise.
mean, and I wouldn't, I don't know, I've heard for quite a few years that NIMRIC is such an old system that they like to phase it out and get a new, I think there was supposed to be a replacement 2 or 3 years ago. And, but that's never happened. So, but let's stay on to 3. So that, to me, they are gonna be doing some.
Okay.
Helping with the town. I agree with Vito. We don't, and I agree with Bill and John, we don't have staffing yet for like a staff account. We don't have. We don't have to move forward, okay? And that will be the general ledger management oversight. And then our folks will be doing.
Okay.
So monthly financial reporting.
So you're fine with this, with the little
Yeah,
specification?
What we're shooting for first is TIF
Mhm.
and FEMA. And when we say TIF, it's TIF slash the Killington forward, because the water line from certain areas.
Yep. Yep.
We ever get to affordable
But we're not
housing.
gonna include budget development and financial planning, development of annual.
No.
Right, so that's wrong.
Basic,
Yeah.
again, town business.
Department budget would not be in that,
Right.
so I think this
This is in
one,
the
this second one. you're-
I don't forget, because if you just start getting into these things, can you pull this up online? I don't think it's fair with the people just sitting there.
Yeah, they have no idea what we're talking about if they can't see it.
That's right. You should supplied some paperwork on that. I was gonna ask that question.
We didn't ask you anything yet.
No, I was gonna ask the question at the end, so might as well just flip it in now.
Taking notes.
Once we finalize the RFP, George, it'll be a public document.
Mhm.
I'd like to see what you guys are reading,
Understood, I'm just letting you know that it won't go blind out there.
Okay.
We're talking about ourselves. We had one person on. Say, we'll just.
Three starts at the
Yeah.
wall, so we're right here, this part, which we kind
So
of.
what are you saying, Virginia? I mean, the multi-year financial forecasting. There will be need on that, but that's really a small thing, and Stephanie from White and Burke ends up putting that on the
Yeah.
TIF side for us.
Capital improvement programs, we don't need that.
Capital improvement, we don't need that.
In municipality.
Financial impact analysis, pro projects, but I think we need that.
You want that?
You
Proposed
got
project.
a financial
Well, it's the
impact
proposed
analysis of-
project.
A proposed project.
Sure.
Okay,
Do you want the?
not on the
take out
policy,
Yeah.
right? Right? Preparation of annual reports and budget presentation. I think preparation of annual report. On those projects.
Which I may take those 2 bullets and kind of.
Required by other.
Yeah, but we're hiring on an outside firm saying that we want them to have.
We wanna make sure that
They prepare the annual
This is
report.
Didn't we just get a federal?
Different.
Power account, that's different than
Different.
required.
Yep.
That's different. There's
Yeah.
going to be annual reports that have to go to, let's say, USDA. USDA doesn't kick in the $19 million or 18 whatever $million until after the road is done. So we need the interim financing between, but we're not gonna get that money unless we're doing the annual reports correctly. So that's like a 2-year project, I think, for that part, for USDA.
I think we got to be a little careful there that they know what we're talking about, because a project with a project manager might have the responsibility to do the annual report. We're asking them to do the financial
The
component
financial,
of that.
yeah.
Okay,
So preparation of financial.
Yeah.
Then we had the tax increment financing tip and just put right up there with Vermont. I mean, it's kind of funny, like we got all this other stuff, but then I get into this both tax increment financing, and then I get into FEMA. It's almost like we could get rid of.
Well, that's what I was saying,
Yeah.
do it and just get rid
Yeah,
of.
Just get rid of this.
Yeah.
Just get rid of that.
Yep.
And just go tip, scope of
Yeah.
services is tip increment financing. FEMA.
Within three.
That's what I was getting at. First two you can get rid of because it is encapsulated in
These here.
here.
Yeah.
This is the finance.
And if you want to still keep in the debt nines.
Yeah, it just-
the
whole thing.
whatever.
Scope.
Okay.
Not the scope.
And also the audit support, because that would be specific to the,
Project,
Project.
that manages specific to the
And audit
project.
support is for audit.
and I think same thing with risk management. Maybe this, no, because it says workers' comp, we probably get this one out.
So like this, yeah, the oversight and the commission response programs.
I think we can take that out. If that's the direction we're going.
Yeah, the workers' compensation and administration support, I mean, this is on tip. People working on these jobs.
I would still keep in the strategic advisory services.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. These changes will be made.
And Bill, I agree with you on at some point it will come in-house, but,
Right, we don't know when and we don't know how.
so we're not gonna talk about
Right.
it, okay? It's-
Well, I think the answer is if they ask us like, well, at some point it will come in house, but
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's why it's like 3 years or
Yeah.
whatever,
So
so
are we gonna,
does anybody else have anything? This is not gonna be a vote on because Patrick's gonna give us a clean
are we gonna
copy.
are we gonna
We'll
discuss?
go into executive session afterwards
on personnel.
on personnel, okay? And also on contracts, I think that's where you.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, so even though we're not voting on this, because you're gonna give us a cleaner copy of this, right?
Yeah, we gotta,
Yeah, there's a lot
if
here.
there was one
whatever.
or two words.
But I did say in the beginning that even though we're not voting on it, I will reach out to the public to see if anybody has anything to kick in and you wanna start the clock. Does anybody have anything they would like to ask or add? State your name.
George Brandt. I like the idea that you're doing the other financing the other way, because you're gonna save on pensions, you're gonna save on health benefits. But I would like to see, as John said, that it winds down at a certain point and the contracts are changed. Are you guys saying in 3 years, you're gonna change these contracts and see where we're at with this? Is that how it's being explained to me?
Well, reevaluation, so that the idea, so the reason I say with a possibility of extension is because when you say with a possibility of extension, you've created the caveat, the opportunity within the contract to not have to go back out to bid per your town policies or requirements, because already you said we have the ability to extend this contract 2 years. And that gives you basically that grace period of this is going well, things are working, let's keep going, they already know the ropes. Versus, it's a little clunky, maybe we'd like to see somebody else, so we won't extend.
No, I understand that part of it. What I'm trying to say is, as it's winding down, as you said, we contracted that the town's not paying as much money towards it.
Right, it would slide scale as
Yeah,
we
that's what I'd
start
like
to
to
see it
see, yeah.
change, it slide scales because it bubbles, right? Like,
Yeah.
We're gonna-
I get what you're saying.
George, you're about 2 minutes anyway, so where I'm coming from anyway, John, is, and I get what you're saying, but we have a 3 year. We're saying 3 years. And anyone that's done any leases or contracts, once it says it could be renewed, that's where both sides could start going in and asking differently than the original. So if that's where you're coming from, George,
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
we pick somebody that's 3 years later, okay? But inside of it, there will be some, we're going to be legal, okay? Of saying that if they,
Criteria, terminates contract.
that there could be ways out early.
Oh, I mean, that'd be with the contract.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But not-
Anybody else
that's
in the
not being
audience
right.
have something to say? Okay, go ahead, Lucretia.
Keisha Wanzer. Just a couple of questions, and I hope that when you get these bids, that you will weigh the cost over having an employee that can take care of these things. Now, I heard somebody mentioned that the TIF is about 20 years. Is that
Well, I
what I
said.
heard? 20 years.
20 to 30.
20 to 30, that's a pretty long time. So, and FEMA, just so you know, FEMA can be ongoing. We've had 2 FEMA events, one very large, one not as large, but within the last 10 years. And I think as Anya is indicating, we're gonna more than likely see other events. When we had the 2011 event, we had Mel Adams, who took care of all of our FEMA work for us, which was a godsend. A lot of towns wish they had someone like that, which I think maximized the money that we received back from FEMA that time. Grants, we have been in need of a person that can handle grants.
1 minute
Town-
remaining.
Okay,
I got one thing.
so we've been needing a person to handle grants for quite some time. And it's certainly a great way to get free money from, that it's out there. And then the other last thing is, how will you control staff changes within the contracted company? For example, the auditing staff changes in the past 5 years has impacted timely delivery and consistency of our annual audits. And those are just comments for you to consider.
Thank you, Lucretia. Is there anybody else that has anything in the audience? Anybody online, you can do that out so you can see. Celia's shaking her head no, I believe. Does anybody else have any questions online? If you can't raise your hand, just unmute yourself and we'll see that you want to talk. I don't see anybody, so like we said, we're not voting on this because it's not a clear cut. It's not a clean copy, okay? So then we have, next up is Public Works Director Contract RFP. Once again, if it's any indication what we just did on this other thing, we probably aren't gonna vote, but we will leave it open for discussion with the public.
So it's same general format, just for everyone, let me pull this one up. Same general format of categories. There's some slight differences in, obviously, under the scope of services. The same with deliverables, proposal requirements, evaluation, all of that, terms of contract.
So, John, going left to right.
I'll pass for the moment. Discussion begin.
Bill, there you go.
Um,
Let's not get dragged into the background.
no, yeah, I
Yeah,
know, I
okay.
no,
Background is
not getting,
hopefully
not getting dragged in the background, but I do know we have that divider between large projects and ongoing public administration, so I'm not exactly sure where that baby gets cut, so. And I'm not sure how the RFP necessarily addresses that.
And the other ones.
I can tell you the intent while writing it, if you would like.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that'd be
Sure.
good.
So again, I think we have a very good road foreman. We got a good crew. We can handle a lot of the day-to-day. Where we have seen issues in the past a lot is around more engineering side. And so if we can have that more technical approach of engineering, long-term capital planning that involves administrative planning it out versus hands-on doing, that's kind of where I was looking at this going. There is talk about the tax, and this is where I kind of want to get
Which
some of your
numbers?
input.
Just-
I'm talking scope of work right now.
Okay.
So municipal engineering should be in their capital project management for the long-term planning of what is the 20-year plan look like for our projects. How should we break up what is being done where? Again, less hands-on. The tax increment infrastructure, this I was a little soft on because we do have our TIF teams and specific engineers, but there has been cases where it would have been beneficial to have an independent, or a more representation of the town, someone that is the town, that would be reviewing plans. Because most of the times we're trusting the engineers, and they're good. We're trusting the engineers without having an internal verification, and this would be our internal verification. Again, when it comes to state grants and federal and state grants, we're talking mostly about those FEMA projects, making sure that they're being done in accordance to the compliance that we need to meet. Also support for our water and utility systems, backstops for setting rates, backstops for making sure that we're implementing at a national standard or whatever standard we want to go to. And it looks like a capital improvement planning and capital project management. Slightly different, more long-term
I'm gonna
planning.
stop you there.
Yep.
I mean, what I believe that this municipal engineering public works management service was supposed to be for is, once again, like John and Bill talk about, these projects are gone. So it's overseeing like the water line for us. It's overseeing road for us.
You know, the establishment. Yeah.
Those things. It's not to help the water superintendent set rates. I mean, the municipal engineering is not gonna set rates. That would be more, if anything, that would be a financial person. But, I'm not, and I'm just, this is me just saying for me, okay? So, you know, the highway foreman, we have the right municipal engineering company on to oversee. The highway foreman then should be able to take care of the regular day-to-day stuff.
Yeah.
And shouldn't even have to, we should be hiring on a firm that we can trust, like Ken Roby, right? Which is with V-Trans.
Yeah.
And I think like he's
helping us out.
he's doing phase 2 of the road, but I think he's already doing.
He's helping out with phase 1A. Yep.
Okay, the total. So.
It's basically exactly what Ken's doing.
He may be. And not he, what he works with
His-
Boyce and King.
Yes, his firm.
His firm may be, since we've already went there, that may be the firm, okay? Because we've already went through this whole, and I think that's, John, where you are coming from. It's just like, you know, we're not looking for this person to overtake the regular day-to-day road stuff. We want
Right.
that person to, we want our road foreman to be doing that. We don't want to be sitting there saying, oh, we got this outside company, like Lucretia says, we got this outside company here. We don't need this. We need the staff. We need Brian here, okay?
Yeah.
We need him. He was hired on to do certain things, okay? And get with his committee that we're gonna be talking about on the 22nd or whatever, okay? I don't want those people to feel like, oh, they just said, we don't need you. No, we need these people to do. that,
Correct.
okay?
These
My
are,
understanding of why we were requiring or putting this request out was due to the fact that certain of the larger projects that we are currently undertaking require us to have somebody like this on board.
some it's a requirement, some
That
it's
was
not a
my
requirement.
understanding of why we were putting this requirement, this request.
I'm
out
with
there.
you. I'm with you on that. We're not gonna get back into what the, you know,
So
The
that's
issue
where
is-
the scope for me of this request should be.
so Ken Roby right now is doing the road,
1A.
1A, and that's south and north.
Yeah.
And
Right, he's acting as our whatever
he's,
department. public
he's
works.
helping now, right now.
Yep.
He was hired on through a process for road 2.
Yep.
And that is the.
He's the, what is it called?
raise.
Yep, that was required as a managing
Right. And
musical
now,
manager or
and now we've been using him
for 1A.
for 1A, north
Yes.
and south. Okay, we're using the Frames group on the water,
Yes.
okay? And then we have questions or whatever, but we're using them as a group for that. And there's gonna be more of the water line coming down the Killington Road. Okay, and at the same time, there's some work that's gonna be going on off of East Mountain Road shortly here or whatever. I don't know how much, and as like Lucretia has said, you know, we wish that FEMA was only once in our lifetime, and it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
So, you know, so basically, in a way, it's almost like we have a person, Ken Roby, from the board. It's pretty much doing what we're saying. Okay, they are charging us a fee.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
do we
if-
really need,
If we can expand that into like helping out with the FEMA,
right,
that would be great.
So how do we go about that with the way? Because we've already did, and you could.
I believe we
expand.
can sole source it because they are uniquely set that we have
Like
already, exactly. We can we don't even have to go with 3. I'll look into it, but I believe you can sole source projects like this.
No, I'm saying there's only like 3 or 4 of these.
Oh, yeah, they
firms
actually do
out
it.
there.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I.
And you can
that's
reach
all
out to them
I would like
directly,
us
because
to do.
again, the sole source in this case would be, we have an existing relationship, they,
Yeah.
They
it's all
understand
these
the project
things.
already involved in.
Exactly.
Well, they understand roads, they're engineers, they understand water, they understand
Yep.
sewer.
Right.
It
They're
may not
uniquely
be
suited.
10 on sewer and
Correct.
water, but it is somebody in that company.
So I can look at, instead of putting it out like this, sole sourcing, which would speed up the process significantly.
What you're looking for to get this.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only question I have, and it might be a little arcane, but is this, so a normal project, it'll get engineered, documents will get stamped by the engineer company is liable. Okay, it's the homeowner's insurance and so forth, right? Okay. So
Maybe.
maybe, in a nice way.
Only if you
Okay.
hold them.
Okay, so the question is this person accepting that document for the town, or is this person signing that document for the town? So where's the insurance liability
So
go?
since we're sitting here,
Yeah.
can you run through what Ken Roby is doing, let's say, on phase 2 of Blue Road with the process coming, because there is engineering fees that is going
Yeah,
through.
there's gonna be engineering fees,
But is
the
he
easement
overseeing, is he looking at the document of the project from VHB for the town?
Oh, yeah, he reviews it,
I didn't know that's Bill's question.
Yeah, but
The
the
liability.
question is,
It
is
is,
he working independently of DeBron King?
no.
Independent of their insurance stamp, okay, and reviewing it for the town, or is he? Or did we hire DeBron King and their insurance stamp, and Ken came along in that job? Okay, where is this person located? Okay, and who has the
We're hiring
liability?
a company.
Right,
Yeah.
Right, but
yeah.
I think I get what Bill's saying. So in other words, is he the producer of the product, or is he the reviewer of the product?
He's not the producer.
He's not the
of it.
producer.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
he's the reviewer. So he's the one who comes in behind. He says, yes, the standards have been met, the compaction, I don't know if we're talking about
Whatever,
earth,
yeah.
the compaction rates are what they are supposed to be, the soil buildups are what they're supposed to be, whatever. And he's.
I think you're
he's
missing a
affirming.
point here, that there should be riprap coming all the ways down to 70% slope.
Right.
It's not in the bid. Before it goes to bid, can we get it in there?
Right. And so I think he would be the expert that is giving guidance and acting on behalf of the town, but it is still,
It's
A
still the
company.
company's insurance
there's
stamp.
still a contract.
Okay.
There's still,
Okay,
Because he may not
we
pick
are
it
still a
up.
client.
We're not gonna hold him. And I
well, he's a
understand-
project manager,
Listen,
project manager.
I understand where
project manager.
John was coming from on that, but
Yeah.
to me, I was just confused because we were told at one point that it was just the rocks were the wrong rocks. That was
Move
it.
on.
And we're gonna move on. So, but it would have been $1 million extra for all this stuff anyway on this water line or whatever, because it wasn't in the original. And I'm gonna use this project right here at this building. Okay, Moser Excavating won the bid, to do the foundation work and everything else. You know, the town drilled a well here, we need it, and Craig was like, because Craig Moser did call me, he's like, what, why are you, I said, it wasn't in the bid, it's not in the bid now, and now it's gotta be put in, okay? So Craig, when you came in, did you pick up on that we needed 30 gallon, and I'm making this number up, 30 gallons a minute for the well, so we wouldn't have to have a storage tank out there, okay? And when the well driller might have said there's 40 gallons a minute. So again, it's a number I'm making up, so don't hold me. But you only get 50% of what the well driller says unless you do, it's either a 48-hour or a 72-hour. If you want the full 40 gallons,
Drawdown.
you have to do a drawdown and you have to test the neighboring properties within 500 feet or whatever. For some reason, town management didn't want to do that test. Don't know why, we got stuck with 20 gallons per minute. We needed 30 gallons a minute, okay? So then it came, well, we need, how many 1,000 gallon tank is up there on the hill? 5,400 or 54,000 gallon holding tank up above, okay?
Because we.
But nobody, because we didn't do a test.
Yeah.
But the board, we stay out of that, okay? And then all they did was probing around the building. They never probed up there for a bore test, okay? To see where rock was. So it ended up costing a few $100,000 more to blast that area out to put a 54,000 gallon holding tank up there to meet the requirement. We could have just did, but it wasn't in the contract. And then it became an add-on. So this person, whoever we hire on is the company, they will give their individuals for specialties on different water, sewer, whatever, okay, and oversee. But if they don't pick it up, it's falling back to, it wasn't in the original quote anyway, the engineers didn't pick it up. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna go after that company if they missed something that if they put it in, it would have cost us anyway. I'm just not that person. We're not there right now, but that's where I'm coming from to answer your question. They're to oversee and hopefully
Oversee
pick
the
up,
project and hopefully, yeah.
hopefully pick some
Right,
things up.
right.
We are not going to hold, even right now on Road 2, if something's missed in there, we're not holding, you know, Ken Roby individually or the boy Ken. We're not holding them. Okay? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think I know where you're going with that, yeah. I mean, basically, we're putting a layer of management that currently we should have and we don't have, okay? So we have all kinds of imputed liability, okay? We don't act, yeah, because we're just saying, oh, that can get picked up, all right, we gotta pay for it. So hopefully we'll pick some of that, a lot of that stuff up way early in the process versus having the oops appear at the end
We're
of the
taking
process.
2X
Yeah.
running,
Yeah.
hotel people.
Yeah.
You know, we're taking
Mhm.
a broadcaster, whatever. You have more knowledge than us in landscaping.
But we're having a professional engineer look at this stuff at the
Right.
beginning.
Right, right.
And
So we're
again,
gonna move sole sourcing on
Yeah.
this. We're gonna try to
Yeah,
see
let's go sole source.
and first
I
see
understand where
if
you're
we can do that.
Mhm.
All right, any questions, Vito?
No.
Any questions, Roger?
No, I think that's a
And
great
again,
approach.
And again, for the public's benefit, the goal here is to have technical expertise for as long as we need this technical expertise at our fingertips. And when the projects are done and we no longer need this technical expertise, we no longer get charged because we're no longer gonna pay. We don't have to lay people off at any point to do that, have long-term implications, so on and so on. So it's just a better way to deal with this particular short-term scenario that we
I'm
have.
coming back to Bill, somehow, somewhere, we're going to work to have the staff built up, whatever, to handle things in the school world, whatever. This thing here is a contract that will be like the contract that we have for the USDA and for the, well, for the raise grant or whatever.
So you could have a needle and pop the balloon.
V-Trans is, we have no test. Okay, and the board is looking at something. So, got it. So, all right, I'm gonna,
That's a great,
you know, so, do you have any questions, Patrick?
Nope, I'll look into make sure that we can sole source it like that. I'm pretty sure we
Can
can.
you pull us down so we can see that? Going into the audience, does anybody have any questions? State your name, and if you do, and then just give us any input on this item here. Go ahead, Nick, say your name.
George Brandt, I do like the idea of what you're saying, hire them and then pop the balloons is what I'm saying. So we're not on the hook forever on these things. Just trying to save the town money, which would be nice.
Thank you.
Well, you guys are.
And it would be more fair to an employee as well.
Yes.
You know, if bringing someone on, knowing you have a short-term end
Yes.
date.
So because we're gonna be doing, we just changed the rules, let's take the input in because we're saying 10 minutes and then write our notes down if you wanna come back to people. Name and then full name and then.
Steve Finer, Jim, just historic information. When they probed this foundation, that's all they probed.
That's what I said.
And when we went to connect to the sewer, they discovered ledge that had to be blasted. So I like the fact that you're discussing an expertise that will look broader.
Anybody else in the audience have anything they'd like to say? Seeing nobody saying anything, I'm gonna go to the audience on Zoom. Does anybody have anything they would like to say? Sealer, I think you're shaking your head no, so I'm good with that. Nobody else, okay. Next item on the agenda. Financial overview. And let's share it with them.
Yeah.
You know what, let's recess for like 2 minutes, guys, okay? Use the rest of them. and then-
Bio break, everybody.
Okay,
you.
so gonna make a motion to recess for 2 minutes. I get a second?
Second.
If anyone wants.
Aye.
Motion to restart the meeting at 8:21. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay.
Let's share it on the screen.
Yeah, so we're currently working through FEMA, monies in and out, and let me try to change this. Yeah, I will orient it so we can actually read it.
That's even better. Well, you gotta go a couple of times.
Don't went counterclock. Yeah,
I think that's.
There you go.
We'll start from there.
kind of gross. The green made it look a little gross.
Blow
This,
it up one more. So we can start from there.
all right, so this is the loans and drawdowns. I'm still parsing through the costs and where all this gone. It's, I don't want to present it without having it verified. We've had multiple people touching it, and so I'm actually matching it back to our NIMRIC, which is our source of truth. But I feel very confident with the loans, the bank history, and NIMRIC reflecting it. For FEMA, this is our FEMA projects. We took out originally a 2.5 million, just about, loan. This was in 2024. We've refinanced that to about 2 million. That's the top two lines you can see at the rates when we took them out, when they mature. Our current loan matures in November 2026. The color coding matches from when we go down to the bank history and the NIMRIC. So we show our original draw, and down here is our original draw here. And then we have the green is our paybacks, which we can see in our system of them being paid back here. It then was refinanced. Oh, yeah. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Sorry, Celia, I did not hit the share button. Go, Celia, thank you for that. So saying for the people that can now see it, this top part is our two loans, the original loan and then the refinance loan. We have one loan. And then this is our bank history, which shows the drawdown and repayments. And again, a drawdown amount of the refinance and the payment of the original going to 2 million. This is the reflections of those within our NIMRIC system, which is our internal system. It's our tracking, it's our source of truth. These loan amounts can be seen in these colored bars here. And then this last one is moving some of the interest into a project expense.
So I have a question.
Okay. I was gonna say these other grants are FEMA drawdowns, which I have another chart to show that goes with it, but I'm not skipping those on purpose. I was just saying what you can see here. Is your question on the loans?
It's gonna be.
Okay.
So, but you go into the NIMRIC history and it says like, the first FEMA grants, 4/29/24, we received $55,973.60.
Yeah.
And blah, 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 blah. And then we had FEMA Community Bank,
Yes.
So but that's something we have to pay back, which is the
Correct.
2,495 up on top.
Yep.
Okay. So out of the 2,495,920, I'm sure you're gonna get this year, out of all the FEMA grants that we got coming back, forget about community bank. Okay. Because I can see the 2.495. And I could see that you refinanced 2,011,000, so we got rid of like 300 and 400 and whatever, 480 whatever. Okay, thousand. But when I come down to the yellow, it's showing me, so there's a 1,870,000,
Yes.
and then there's
The
the
140.
140.
Yes.
Is that adding up to the
To the
2
two,
million?
yes, 2,011,000.
That's
Yep.
adding up to the 2 million.
Yep.
Okay, but all of the grants that we got looks to be greater than the $2 million.
Yes. Maybe pop this other one open. Open it up in Excel. You have the, gave you guys this, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, we can zoom back in on that one. Yeah, so our total drawdown amount is 2,607,000.
So the total projects equal 2,607,000.
Well, that's the current amount that we've drawn down off of the
So
FEMA
so
so far.
far.
We have other ones. Again, this is, you do not have this. This is kind of what I'm working on. These are our total eligible costs for the different projects, and they change. And this is why I don't really want to get too far into, but they change from B to C to A depending on what phase of the project we're in. But so the total eligible is much more than what we've drawn down or
Because
what
we
we
haven't
spent
done-
because we haven't finished all.
But
of it.
when-
So that's why I just want to be careful when we say.
I'm gonna come to this sheet here.
Yep.
That shows all of the total drawdowns.
Yep.
Okay, and says what roads, okay?
Yep.
And it adds up to $2,607,330,
Mhm.
okay?
You wanna flip back to that one?
Yeah, so this sheet here, this top sheet,
That's one we're on.
okay, it just looks different then, okay?
It's just-
Yeah, so you wanna blow it up for these people, let's see.
Yeah. Is there
No, I'm just,
specific ones you want?
no, I don't wanna see it. Just saying that this is all the money that we have done work and we've paid.
That we've got reimbursed.
And we
have got. For some projects, yes.
okay, so what I'm gonna,
Or
so,
we have gotten money by drawing down from FEMA.
so what I'm getting at is that this makes it look like Killington, no, it doesn't make it look like, I'm just gonna go, like the emergency protective measures or whatever, that's A, whatever, that's class A, I think, or whatever
Yes.
it is,
Yep.
okay? And that was the work that was done on East Mountain Road right after
That's
July,
the initial
whatever,
work. Yep.
the initial work.
Yep.
And just to kick in here, that was underneath an emergency, whatever.
Yep.
And our emergency management that we just approved and they signed again, it just keeps on getting re-signed. We have two emergency excavators, it's Ray Harvey and it's Craig Mosher.
Yep.
So, and this work here is just a set price from FEMA that says you can only charge X amount of dollars an hour for this machine. Don't care. There's no bidding on this. This is
Right.
get the work done.
Yep.
So that's what you have here, protective measures, okay, emergency. But then when I come down to, oh, that's fine. Okay, debris removal from mudslide into Ottaquechee, that was when that slide came down over behind the Mountain Times to the, closer to Woodstock area, or whatever, that slid
Yeah.
down.
Over the
So
road.
we had to do that, yeah.
Behind my house.
No, this is on Route 4.
No, I know that. Okay, my
Yeah.
property.
But then we start getting into emergency repairs on Little Sherburne Road, Richardson Road, then Trailside Drive. So other than that, showing, I know, then there's the damaged culverts trail view up above, okay, Rim Road number 8.
Yep.
65,000, East Mountain Road culverts, 130.
Yep.
Trailville permanent repairs, $385,000. So this is what it cost, I believe, 2,607,000.
This is what we've drawn down, so it may be depending on the phase, it could have been a 90%, it could have been 100%.
Okay, so then when I go to the next sheet, this one here.
Yep.
I'm just trying to, well, let's pull it up so that people can see it. Okay. This first sheet we just said is everything that's drawn down. Now, I'm looking at this and it says Limerick history, okay, down here.
Mhm.
And it's telling me that the posting dates, okay,
Mhm.
and it's got a whole, let's say, posting dates, and then it says in amount.
Yeah.
Okay. That is grants coming in and the loan coming
Money coming into the town,
into the town.
yes.
So, and I've got 2,495,000 from FEMA Community Bank coming in. That's from Community Bank.
Yeah.
And then I've got another, yeah, but no, I don't. So that's the total that's in at beginning from FEMA, the 2,495,000.
That's our
That
initial
equals up to
loan.
the top, 2024.
Correct.
Okay, but then I got all this other money that came in from FEMA. 5,000, 243,000, 323.
These
Yeah,
are the
yeah.
drawdowns.
Okay, get those, but, okay. So,
If I,
you're telling me that all those, so I just like at the bottom, where's the total? Forget about the delta, but just underneath in amount,
Everybody please silence their cell phones.
Yep.
thank you.
so the total in amount, we can sum it out.
I'd like to sum it out.
Yeah, no,
It means something to me, so. I think because on the delta on the other side is adding everything up. And it's telling me $4,478,235.17.
this is the cash in and out. So, we're saying like, okay, here's the loan coming in, now the loan went out. This is,
It's running.
it's a running total, yeah. And I don't know why.
So I guess if we only spent on the project in the first sheet, we only spent out $2.6 million.
We likely spent more. This is not the spent side. That's what I'm
Okay,
still
so-
pulling out. Because
Alright,
from
so that's
what,
why it's not making sense. to me.
yeah, you need another number in here. This is tracking the money that's come in. I've accounted for all the money that has come in. Some of it has also gone out to pay bills. So if we show the total in, like, it'll be there, but some of it went to pay back the loan, some of it went to pay
Some of it, it's pretty easy to see that if I take a look at the second sheet here, that from 2,495,000,
That delta
2,011,000.
number is pretty close.
it's gonna be.
That column, I just added it all up in my head. No, that column comes up to about pretty close to that. I mean, it might even be that number. I don't know. I was kind of
It
round
should be
numbering
that
it. I was round numbering as I was getting there, but I basically came up at like 4.344.
Your boss came out. stuff to do on this.
All right, well, this is our first look at this. If you can just get that next.
Yeah, it needs,
You know, and I
more
really need to know
steps.
how much money has been spent on just the projects.
Doesn't see
instead
7
of
million,
the
but
FEMA
That's
money.
adding something else in.
That's something that's adding the 4 million.
that's all the amount in, but the thing is, then some of that money went out because like right here. So here's a payment because we got a grant. So this 936 is being counted twice in this number because it came in
Okay,
as,
so that's what.
yeah,
so
that's what I'm
no,
saying.
no,
This,
no.
this total sum is not really a useful number.
But so it says here in the Limerick history, it says FEMA grants posting date 4/29/24 for 55,973, and I thought I asked, so that means we got reimbursed. It's just scrolling to the top, the first line in this, so right there. So what does posting date mean? It's $55,973.60.
That's when it was recorded in our system.
What was recorded?
That 55,000 came in.
Okay, so now let's scroll down to the first FEMA Community Bank the second FEMA Community Bank 273.
Yep.
And the payment to FEMA loan, you're saying is 9,000.
Yep.
361.
Yep. And that
Okay.
same day we received money in that same
Right.
amount. So this is telling me that we drew down, the project was completed. Very likely this is what's telling. The project was completed, or that portion of it. We drew down, because it was completed, we drew down 9,361, and then we same day took that and paid it towards the principal of our loan.
To where I'm coming from until I see the other number. And Bill, I don't know if you're following. I think you are gonna follow me here. I think you are. But if we received in 243,000 on 5/15 and $323,000 on 6/6 and 300, that's almost $1 million there that we received in.
And this is where I need to see the
So
cost.
why
They may
are
be-
we still owing why are we still owing 2 million? But because it could have went to bills
Right.
of the projects, but I doubt it because FEMA doesn't pay us fast
Until-
enough until.
Yeah.
So,
This is the investigative digging I have to do, because it's very likely, and I believe this is the history that you may know more of. I believe the initial work was all funded out of our reserve fund. And then we started getting reimbursements back to refill those reserves. And then we took a loan out so we didn't have to borrow from ourselves.
correct.
Yes.
The
And
reason
so that's what
why,
that shows.
the reason why we have certain funds is so when we have, and we didn't have to borrow for Irene until that last 588,000.
Right.
No, but what I'm getting at is, thank you for this report. I need to see the actual.
We need to see the cost, yeah.
I need to see the cost.
You need to see how it all folds
Exactly.
together.
I can't even
that's-
take a guess. of
That's
how
what I'm
it's
working through
together
right now, because
until-
I have a
until I
sheet that
see
was
it.
put together by Abby and kept up with Will. But I don't want to present it because I don't feel comfortable telling the story of it. So I'm working through that, but there's a lot.
So wait a second. I'm sorry.
Oh, go-
You're speaking. You're speaking. Go ahead.
I do have one. All of our town reports seem to be death by details,
Yep.
and that drives me nuts. Okay, but I'm looking at a loan for $2 million that comes through in November. And are we rolling that note again over in November?
Likely, it'll be likely a less amount. What I have right now is East Mountain Road is ready to be closed out. It's a large project closeout. We're estimating around $1 million being reimbursed from that.
Okay.
So depending how quickly FEMA moves and the intensity that's needed to close out that project, and we have projects that are undergoing in July. So depending on how much we get back and the rate from FEMA, we may have to roll it forward again.
Okay, so the risk is 2 million, but you think it's gonna be less?
It's going to be less.
Okay.
Yes.
I have to see the, I have to.
We need to see
I have
the
to see
other.
the full thing, because to me, this is saying total cost of the project is 2,607,000.
That's not
But
bad.
between the bank loan and between all these FEMA grants, we've got some $4.4 million in. So call it straight up 4.6. We should have $2 million positive to our account,
But that's not counting for the bills that are paid.
and that's what we need to say.
Exactly. Yep.
You know, and
And that's what I'm working through on Abby's. She has a rough number at the end, or she has a number at the end, which again, I don't feel comfortable going into, but it's around the 5 million area, which makes sense with the amount that's been pulled out. Yeah,
So
that's an ongoing project.
So you're using information from an employee that has been out of our employment for about a year?
She is the creator of that. It then was upkept by Will.
Another
And
employee
then,
who is no longer in our employment?
correct, and then,
I guess what I'm asking. Are you ready?
yeah,
Okay. We had an employee that I'm just want to be able to finish my point. We had an employee who just left 2 weeks ago, who was in charge of,
she was also working on it.
I guess I'm done because you're not going to stop interrupting.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay, so like right here, you can see we had one come in at 512. This was after, I believe, after Will left. And this was processed through by. So yes, I am working off some that has been processed
I
by.
guess the real point of my question is, why don't you get this information prior to the departure of the person who was truly in charge?
Because she was also trying to figure it out.
Okay, so we never
so
got-
she worked here for 10 months.
Thank you.
Wow, I think this is just like state. She worked
Done.
here for 10 months. Wow. Abby was gone right after
Abby
she
was gone.
came back,
Yeah.
correct? But Will has been here all along.
Yes.
And Will is not a finance person.
Correct.
He was just managing money, whatever, or grants or work, whatever.
Neither was
The
it.
FEMA meeting. And our finance person, after Will left, was trying to understand his work. But
Yes.
she didn't. She
Well,
didn't, she wasn't
we're trying-
involved, she wasn't involved in it.
When Will was- Until Will
left.
was leaving.
Until Will was leaving. And Will gave us about a month's notice or 3 weeks. He gave us a couple of weeks.
month.
I think it was about a month that he gave us.
And she was working on this, and we were working on, again, going through, verifying, looking at Abby's, trying to kind of parse through. So.
I mean, Abby's been gone since.
When I say Abby's, is Abby created it. Will upkept it.
I'm gonna-
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're going. It's
I-
basically what I'm doing, guys, is I'm verifying the information.
Yeah,
I'm
and
going
I think where Roger is coming from is that probably verifying information should have started a year ago.
Yeah, but he only's been working in his position for 5 months.
Yeah,
Well, then, maybe,
So,
you know,
so,
whatever. I'm just saying that, I don't know. I'm not going there. Where I'm going from is that if a person was to leave a company that I was running, okay, that it should be a simple, where's the Excel spreadsheet that everybody is used to in general accounting?
yes, there should have been a process.
yeah, sure.
Yes, there should have been a
Should have been,
process.
yes.
You're right.
100%.
And then on top of it,
You're absolutely right.
Mhm.
how did our auditors close out the year if nobody can understand it? So we're just gonna.
For the last 2
Yeah,
years.
right,
For the last 2
yeah,
years.
We're gonna leave it,
Yeah.
we're gonna leave it alone until we get the full
Yeah.
set of numbers, because right now, this is like, how much sugar do I add?
Exactly.
I don't know.
No, we don't know
Right,
yet.
we don't know.
But what I'm saying with this is,
Numbers kept moving.
it is promising because we can account for all the money coming in. We can account for that same money going out. We know where we are with our loan. And right now we need to make sure that the money that is spent is, that we're not gonna, short ourselves at the end of
I'm
it.
gonna hold no comfort in any of this discussion until it's finalized, because frankly.
So Patrick, are you having trouble matching expenses against the income? Is that what I'm hearing?
No,
Not having trouble matching. What is the problem?
it is the amount going back, the amount of data to parse through and which project it is going to. Cause so like East Mountain Road has multiple projects, sub-projects on it. So it's making sure the right invoice was to the right project, because a lot of them say East Mountain Road.
Okay, that's matching.
Can you?
Yeah, so yes, so match, yes,
Can
yes.
you repeat your question?
Are you having trouble matching expenses to income?
Yes, to the
Okay,
a
so that-
specific
yes.
level, but the high level numbers are not concerning. It's getting down to when we need to reimburse through FEMA. That's when matching those becomes difficult. Again, we have it
Well,
all.
again, I think you said earlier that some of these FEMA grants are a percentage of what was expended, right? I think you might have trouble matching if that's consideration.
Yeah, we'll still have it coded, tracked, and then if I add those up and then take the percentage, the percentage is being accounted
So I
for.
just want to say, this all happened while we were fully professionally staffed, correct?
We'll stop it there. Don't-
Yeah.
No, I'm asking a
Yeah, I
question.
know
No, it's a
that.
legitimate question.
Then we'll go into executive session.
No, did it? Because if it did, then it points to part of why we have to do the things and make the changes that we need
And
to.
I think
I think this is something that's been handed off between multiple people within a short time, and we're seeing the cracks that creates. Even if the people are professional, it's
No,
understanding
I
some.
don't.
Yeah, we gotta move on.
I would
we gotta
say move on.
I don't
Yeah,
agree
because
with
we don't
that.
have real
I don't
numbers.
agree that if you have the rights or whatever, then it should be able to flow to the next.
I'm not gonna say anything
But-
till executive session.
You know, so to me, it's just, it is, and I'm not gonna go there.
Presenting what was asked for, so
So-
this, and still working.
And
through
I-
it.
Well, no, because I'll say something like that. We did ask for a full.
Yeah, I didn't have enough time to do that.
Okay.
I think the
Without
the
verifying.
one thing this points to is getting the RFP for the financial
Yeah,
is
it's gonna help.
like really important.
Yeah.
Because this is stuff that, when all those projects were started, there should have been literally a book written out on how it was gonna be accounted for.
Well, I'll.
And we
go
have
to-
it all tracked in
I'll go to the
It's
point
then-
of, if we spent some $5 million, let's say.
Or will, the
I
likely
don't know
project.
the way I look at this sheet, it's like you got 7 million there or whatever, but
Okay.
there's $2 million, whatever, so it's gonna take it down to 2 million or whatever, it's gonna take us down to about 5 million or just
Mhm.
underneath. Maybe that is what the 4478 is. So all I'm getting at is that we've already spent 5 million on projects, so if we know what we spent, we should know how much we paid different contractors, okay? And there wasn't many contractors, there was,
And I need to verify that,
you know, we need to verify what?
that
What
the
we
numbers
paid
are,
them?
that the numbers are matching to the specific projects. We have all the numbers.
Okay, we should have
I-
a clear
Here, I can- if you would
invoice
like, I can
from,
pull up.
let's say like Mosier Excavating saying,
We do.
boom, how much
800,
total have we
700,000.
paid to Mosier Excavating on,
They're broken up differently in our system than just like this vendor for that. Here, let me show you what I have here.
how's it been?
Again, sorry, the master tracking sheet on this,
What the town of Killington has.
what the town of Killington has. Come on. This is the master tracking that I'm working on verifying. So over here you have your different projects. East Mountain Road. East Mountain Road has a couple different culverts.
These are everything that we.
Maybe these are all of our projects, and
I don't care about.
so I know I'm working my way across. There's total amount paid. This is 100% Cat A. Here's Cat B. Same, 100%. Here's 75% Cat B. It was increased from 75 to 90%. Here's cat C that goes across. And then less donating, non-eligible costs. We have total amounts.
That's totally anticipated expenditures. I wanna
Yes.
know what we spent.
And that's what I'm trying to parse through
So
in this information.
we don't have vendor codes for any one particular vendor that you can at least pull a lump sum out that says we
We
paid
can.
X vendor number 175, X amount of dollars in X window of
On
time.
project
And then be
XYZ.
able to back that out and say, what was it then allocated
And that's
again?
what I'm doing.
But I'm just gonna give a little word of advice here, maybe. Instead of me going in and trying to figure this out, I would be on the phone with Craig Mosier and say, Craig, can I have all of your bills?
We have all of them. And I have them pulled in NIMRIC. It's,
Okay, so how much have
Matching
we paid Craig? I don't care about
we don't
matching.
have it broken out like that. We have it broken out by projects.
Okay.
So we can pull
I can-
Craig as a vendor, but he also does work outside of this that
So,
will get caught
okay,
in there.
But Craig has capable people doing their accounting that can sit there and say, can you please pull up today, within the next 2 hours, how much money we built Killington, the town of, for East Mountain Road, Trailview, for these projects? And we can find out from there instead of, hunting. It's a nice word. Getting close to the season.
I don't know all of the vendors that were used on specific things.
I
I have to
guess
pull,
we'll-
I have to
let's
pull
come
back.
back to
Like,
this
again,
another
I
time.
need more time to work on this, on this part of it. But it is here.
I'm
How much
trying
more
to,
time do you have?
I'm trying to give direction of one that,
Like here, the transactions.
management didn't want to come back when this thing happened in July. Kind of put the chair or whoever, me and Chuck, we have Craig Mosier did most of the work as the emergency management fee for that. It's been told that he received millions of dollars worth of contracts on my watch. Okay, so how much did Craig get?
How much did you get?
Well, I guess I got a barbecue on the lawn, but I don't know. So, but what I'm getting at is it should be some bill. It should be easy, like how much?
Again, this is death by details, okay, and,
But I'm not being asked like how much, I'm being asked a FEMA overview.
no, what it says is there's
I'm
no.
not being asked, how much did we
And
pay
it's
for?
not you, it's
Yeah.
not you, it's, what it says, there was no process put in place on
It was
how
being
any of
done
this stuff was
on the
really gonna be managed.
They're not-
It's just, the bills are coming in, the checks are coming in, and we're
Can we
entering
move
them in
on
the
to something that we
system,
could be productive
and
with?
we're hoping that it's gonna work.
We move on to something we could maybe be productive with, because clearly we are not prepared.
No, we're not.
In any way, shape or form,
We need to know how much
and we
money,
haven't been.
Yeah,
we need
this
to
is.
know how much
Right,
money
exactly.
we spent on
It's wrong.
FEMA 2023 storm.
Yeah.
That's what we
Yeah.
need to know. And I thought I said, how much did we spend? How much have we borrowed? And how much have we gotten back from FEMA?
And we have two of the three of those, the third one that
I'm
we're
gonna
Two out
working
of
through.
three ain't bad.
Can we
Yeah,
make-
exactly.
Can I make a motion that?
Let's wait for Vito to get back to the motion,
Yeah.
Roger.
Sorry.
And I think, Jim, you're right, and unfortunately, teasing the information out of the system is not
I
that.
get it. It's like how
Yeah,
much
that's
sugar?
not, that's the problem, it looks like.
It is.
Can I make a comment? I know I'm not in the,
You know what, while we're waiting for Vito, I'll go to the audience and ask,
thank you.
who has a question.
So here's the good news, Bill. Tomorrow is the next day of the rest of our mutual lives. And I do remember
God willing.
that when GE, General Electric, used to be in the Dow 30, when Jack Welch ran the company, he had a very famous motto that he used for managers. And he said, you can expect what you inspect. And they had a very rigid weekly, bi-weekly, monthly accountability, a wash up, whatever the hell you want to call it. It existed or you didn't exist in the company. So the good news is we can bring it forward, but we have to have a willingness to want to do it.
Since Guido's here, I just got one question.
Yes,
After Welch, was it Immelt?
Jeff Emmelt ran the company into the ground and
Yeah,
Jack
yeah.
said it was the worst mistake that I ever made. No, it's true. I'll tell you who the other two guys were too.
Yeah, okay.
You want it.
Okay,
So,
but
so,
I'm
so
make a
he's gonna make a motion, Vito, we were waiting for
Go
you, so
ahead.
we're getting a little GE history.
Well, it wasn't history. It was
Fact.
management principles.
Go ahead, Roger.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct the chair to instruct Patrick exactly what he's looking for this next report. So we're all clear. So we can be clear on, and Patrick can be clear on what he's being expected to produce for us and what we want.
Well, instead of making the chair, Bill, I think you and I are on the same. How
Do
much
it for the two of you. I just don't want to
How
sit here.
much?
Yeah.
So,
And we can get there. It's just gonna take time to parse it out, like you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the problem, Roger, is, where is all the data? Is the
I'm gonna make a
data?
motion for
Yeah.
Bill and I to sit down with the
Yeah.
town manager before Thursday.
Sure.
Oh, you're away.
Yeah, if you want to
Okay.
sit down tomorrow.
Yeah. Do
You
you
have
have,
time tomorrow, we'll sit
okay,
down.
so, and, let's say tomorrow's Tuesday, so 3 o'clock. You tell me what time. I gotta go in for a few hours on a Tuesday. You just tell me.
I'd like to do it a little earlier than.
What is
3.
earlier?
Can we
You
do
can
it
do
one?
morning and I can push it from there. If you want to do early.
We can do it, we're gonna do it at 9,
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Okay.
Does that work for you,
Well,
Patrick?
let's find out first if it works for-
I don't have a life anymore anyways, Jim. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I can do 9.
9 o'clock is
You
good.
got a life?
9 o'clock is good.
You wanna do 9?
9's fine.
9 a.m.
9
And
a.m.
I'll second that.
Okay, so, and we're going to make, I'm gonna make a motion that Bill and I sit on a committee of the board to go over the FEMA cost analysis and funding,
Yeah, it's try to,
to help
Yeah.
move it along.
right.
So I made a motion. Can I
I'll
get a
second it.
Is there any questions from the board?
Sorry, hold on. Let me double check that. That is 9 PM because we are.
Well, I'm not coming out at 9 p.m.
Yeah, let
tomorrow.
me change that.
I'm trying to
9,
that.
yeah, we can still do 9.
Okay, good. So any questions from the board?
No.
Since it is a vote now and it's not on there, I don't know why anyone would question this or whatever, but I still, because that's our procedures that we said. Can I relax and say that nobody has any questions on this? Anybody from the audience? Nobody, does anybody have a question on what the board has just done? Okay, not seeing anybody ask anything. All in favor of that
Aye.
motion?
Aye.
You at 9
Thank you,
a.m.
guys. I appreciate that very much.
Okay.
This committee discussion.
So I asked for this to go on to make, I don't even know if it's TIF, it's more of, when Steve Finneran, which by the way, was a great thing the other day at K1, I went in like 3:30 and it was like, I don't know,
couldn't
400 or
believe the
500
number of
people
people.
there.
Yeah, it's huge.
Somebody said, he made an impression. I go, well, everybody makes an impression. He made a great impression. And he made a very good impression, okay? We all make impressions. But my thinking here is that we lost as a board of understanding some of the stuff. And now that we are 5 members, there should be a committee. We're not gonna be going to every single one meeting. But there should be somebody or 2 people, that's what we're doing. 5, we can have up to 2. Just to be able to say, like, we're not infringing on your toes there, Patrick, okay? I think we all know that we need a little help on learning stuff together and getting the information out to the community if we're asked.
Mhm.
And if the board is not getting and stuff, which like this Thursday, we have Stephanie coming in and, Stephanie is coming to me because now I guess she feels she can as the chair and before she couldn't because I was a select board member. I would just like a motion so we approve that these people are allowed call me. Otherwise, I'm just gonna say no forward, but she is asking certain information from me to go back because they're not her numbers. We're asking somebody to come in and
Right, her and I
do
are
our books.
working through and verifying all this stuff.
And she's not a finance person.
Mhm.
Her hourly rate.
I mean, I don't know how many hours we have in, but, I'm not gonna, getting asked certain things like, what do you think the tax rate's gonna be, which I've already went through and showed her, I'm pretty sure that's what it's gonna be. But, does anybody else here want to be on where at least it's just emails going back and forth and somebody wants to be CC'd on
I would like
emails?
to.
So, so for the projects for TIF and Killington forward, okay, that, any emails coming from any of the vendors on this, any of the engineering on this, anything from VECFI, anything to
All
deal
the,
with
I'm
this,
hearing all the,
all the emails, okay, is at least CC'd John Wasaki and myself. CC. So we just follow what's going on, okay? If we need to ask a question from from Patrick, then we could set up a meeting to talk to Patrick and put it into an email that goes out to everyone. It's not doing your job. We need to know what's going on. So when the public asks us, and this is just like the last that you and I are going.
Yeah.
So there is a tracking in case, we're not here at the select board, then somebody else in the select board can go, hey, let's just pull up Jim's emails on TIF. Okay, and here we are. All right. So any discussion on this?
And it is new construction, so it is.
Well, it is the board.
In the purview of the board, so.
That's another whole story. The board is supposed to do the road layout and everything else. It's not really the planning commission, but it took off that way or whatever, and we'll have to see what happens when we have the presentation.
I think 22nd.
22nd.
22nd is gonna be a big meeting.
Yeah, so does, Vito, you have any input on this thing here? Roger, Bill?
Any way to keep us updated and keep people in the loop.
It's gonna come here.
Yeah, spread knowledge.
Yeah, that's all, that's all.
Fine with me.
Or at least, so then Bill, you could say, hey, Jim, did you, and like, hey, here it is now, and then if somebody in the public asks you, you can say, oh,
Between doing the thing is, we're all doing multiple things, so at some point you gotta say,
yeah, okay. So since it's a vote, go ahead, George, I was gonna say.
Sorry. When you have the next meeting with Stephanie, it'd be nice if the employees showed up to the meeting. The last one, the planning wasn't there, the financing wasn't there, and the water wasn't there. I came late. I almost made the meeting, but I was at work. But I'm not getting paid to do this. I would like the employees to be informed of what she's saying. If they're not at the meeting, what's the sense of hiring an employee?
Planning will be there because it's moved to a Thursday. I don't think we really invited the water at that time. I don't think we invited Brian to do it. I don't think so.
I mean, I would go if I was.
The finance, well, he may not have been aware of it or whatever, okay? The finance director, doesn't matter. We don't have one right now, okay? So Lisa Davis Lewis will be there as the planning side. Patrick will be there as far as financing side or whatever as town manager. Okay.
I'm just trying to say it'd be nice if they showed up.
Okay, I appreciate it. Anybody else in the audience have anything else to say? Moving on, anybody in the audience on Zoom have anything to say? Thank you. I thought I was trying to move this meeting along.
Oh.
You're doing pretty good.
Yeah, no, okay. All in favor of that motion? Aye. Okay. Oh, and we do understand that you're leaving on. Okay.
I'll be in the meeting on Thursday.
And John and I are not gonna have any questions until after Thursday,
Yeah.
because we might as well wait. to see
Expect
what's
after
up.
Thursday, I'm gonna have a lot of calls.
Okay, well, we'll go from. So next item up is the FY 27 budget. If you want to run through I know that you sent out an email saying that
They're gonna look.
we did it in an Excel spreadsheet, I
Yeah.
guess, or whatever.
Well, I do in Excel so we can change things. I can pull up the one that you guys have if you wait.
And I'm just gonna say like, how come we couldn't get the, I'm just gonna say, no, I've heard, like, we couldn't print out the Excel spreadsheet?
You asked for this style.
Yeah, but we're asking you, you could have gave us both. I didn't ask.
If you
for
want
this
both,
one.
I can print out both. You said, hey, can I have the old style that we, is
No,
basic
this
from
was for the, this was for this.
those are the same.
I'm practicing my self-control, Bob.
I've got none. When don't put it, park it in front of me, I got
I
none.
guess I'm looking for a bigger font or
Trying to
whatever, but it
resist.
says,
Okay, yeah.
it doesn't have this, it just says select board town, it says municipalities. I don't need NIMRIC, this is not a NIMRIC report.
Right, that's Mona spends time to put it into. So if you want it like that, we can do that.
It's the
This I
budget.
can,
It's
this
the
I can
budget.
pull
It
out
wants a
easy.
time or whatever.
Okay,
That's stretch.
Okay,
Maybe
but-
some years it's a two-time thing,
yeah. Um,
but I'm okay with it.
do you want to pull this one up on the screen or do you want to pull the Excel so that we can manipulate?
We all have this,
Okay,
and
so
this
we
is
can
what we're
pull-
gonna work off that.
Okay.
And while we're waiting for it, and it's just, Bill, you say at times we're supposed to help move along or whatever, and how we like things or whatever. I would have preferred to see a cover sheet saying what page changes will be. That's all. Just so I don't have to look all over it. So,
Oh, yeah, sure.
okay.
Yeah, so,
I think that's what we would like to see.
Definitely.
Okay.
Well, that and the format, because if the format's it's just, I've got my stacks of, I think I have 3 different formats.
Yeah,
So
we-
every time I go to
And
compare it,
I'm gonna stick up here, I asked for a format to be like in the town report. It's sort of like this, but not exactly, that's all.
the Excel that you had is much easier to manipulate. And if we get into manipulation, I'm gonna,
And we'll get
I'm gonna pull that one
Yeah, okay,
out.
and we are sharing this, right?
Yes, we are sharing this, and I'm gonna pull this. Pull this over. I'll keep an eye. Pull it over just so we can make it slightly larger.
God, the next one the other night,
The game was a little shorter though.
None of this has changed on the income side. Well, how far back do you want to go from things changing?
I think we all know what was presented. We would like to see what has changed and give us a rundown of what was changed and what those changes are appropriate.
Okay, so I think it may be more beneficial to start with Bill and Vito and I's meeting. So Bill and Vito and I met on last Thursday to discuss budget going forward. We've been at a little bit of a standstill between myself and the board. The board has been asking to terminate a position, and I felt it's critical that we don't. I think that we both see the same issue. And
What
this
issue is that?
Well, that's what I'm gonna get to. I think we can all agree that there is inefficiencies in process and how we do a lot of our financial movings of money and who touches it. John brought up a couple times now, one thing that we should be implementing would be ACH. That will help speed up transactions as lessens the number of people that are touching things. It is something that we need to look at making our default, making our regular for anything that will accept it. That's an example of an increase in, or an increase in efficiency in process. When we have the finance firm coming in, when we have, if we go with Ken Roby and Dubois and King coming in to do our DPW, the forensic audit, all of these processes have the end goal of increasing efficiency and lowering the overall money burden on the taxpayer. My concern is that we won't have the staff in place to support those endeavors in the short term. So your goal is. So I think that there is an identification of inefficiencies that we need to address. There's also a desire to lower the overall tax burden of to the public. When I have been pushing back, it has been, but I'm concerned in the short term that we'll be able to support those initiatives. So what I'm recommending is that, and one of the individuals of those two positions is likely going to be retiring out in this year. So my concern is that we won't have in the short term the staffing to support the things that will get us to a place where we may not need those staffing. So what I have done in this iteration of the budget is identified $60,000 that we can trim out, and I can go over where those are. Yeah.
Nobody,
And
we're
I
gonna
have,
listen, Patrick.
and I have left in those two positions so that we can, so we have the savings from the 60. We have those two people that can facilitate us through becoming more efficient in our processes. Can help basically get, because the contractors, and they're not going to be coming in grabbing papers themselves. They're going to be asking for things, and we need people to get them those things. And so that's where we're at. And so I will go through. I'm going to zoom out just so I can kind of parse through quicker. Where I pulled out the $60,000.
Let's blow it up.
Well, when I get to it, I'll blow it up.
And this is what I would like to see, because then you would know what page to go.
Yep, this is going to be page 7. This is lowering our office technology, lowering equipment, R&M, repair and maintenance, 2,000. These are categories that have been underutilized in the past. And I think that for the short term, we can find the money elsewhere if we need it. But I don't think we're going to have 6,000 of equipment repair. Or if we do, we can, again, like I said, find in other parts of the budget.
Well, in this office technology, it had in 2025, budgeted 9,000.
Yes, and there's
actual 0.
exactly. And I think that's
so then budget
have
is
26.
26 is 9,000. Okay, but where are we at so far spending
let me pull that.
on this?
That's another.
Yeah, page 8,
Page 7.
yeah, office technology.
Office technology.
Here's a few cuts. I'm going to name one of these, but here's a few of our current spend. This format that we have in the book does not show our year to date. That's just set up. So there's a couple if you need to look at specific things.
What I'm saying is, it says 6,000 spent 0, 6,000 don't know what, and then saying 6,000 again.
Okay, I heard you say that.
Because then I went here,
Yeah, so that's.
you said that,
So they had a budget.
it says down here 9,000.
Yeah, and I can tell you why. So currently it's
So tell me
budgeted
how
9.
much current.
Budgeted 9. Currently we're at 1,300. This has been a category since it exists outside of the departments, has not been utilized correctly. A lot of the things, like if someone needed a computer in the department, it would get put to the department instead of a larger kind of global thing. So it has been a category that has historically been budgeted for, but never utilized. So we can reduce it. So I plan to use it correctly, but we can reduce it some because we can always pull out of the departments if there is a specific need. So we can pull about 4,000 from there alone.
Was the budget went from 9 to 14? Was that was that an artifact of something, or how come the
Yes.
budget went up?
Bill,
5,000 right here from new equipment. This 5,000 right here from new equipment, this was elsewhere in the budget. It was under facilities maintenance before.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you pulled that.
So we pulled that.
When you aggregated the department, that
Yep.
came across with it.
Yes.
Well, where was it in 25?
In 25 is in facilities maintenance, I believe.
What page is facility maintenance?
Was it maybe?
I think it's like
Yeah, it would be, well,
facilities maintenance is the last underneath now. It has maintenance wages, ground wages.
Oh, yeah, 11,
custodial.
so 11 right at the very bottom. So like subscriptions was in here, new equipment was in
So
here.
in 2025 for new equipment, which is kind of not really electronics, new equipment.
When I
And it
looked,
falls underneath,
that's what it was being used for, was
I
electronics.
know, but I'm getting at it's highway department. This is all stuff that's underneath highway.
No,
department.
highway department's a
So
separate,
it's above, and then it goes facilities, maintenance.
right, that's its own
There's
department.
maintenance wages, there's ground wages, custodial services, contracted services, subscriptions, holiday decorations, building materials, and then new equipment. One would believe that's all underneath the highway stuff or whatever, but, so in this new equipment with the DNU, 2025, we had budgeted $12,000.
Mhm.
We spent 17,646. And then we budgeted in 2026, $12,000. Where are we at today on this line item?
639.
$639. Okay.
Right.
So, but in 2025, we spent 17,646.
Correct.
So now we only spent 639. Did somehow we not
It's
mark Nimerick or the whatever to the right? Because that's one of the issues, Patrick, is sometimes things don't get.
There's different managers allocating different things.
Okay. So we could have spent.
It likely got spent
17,000
elsewhere.
Elsewhere.
Correct.
So where is it?
Well, we don't know because it was by the town managers at that time. There is in facilities maintenance, it's kind of hides because it's there is a small tools and
So
equipment.
let's just go back to page.
24% utilization year to date. And you've moved money out of it into another category, but now you're saying that we can still take more money out.
Yeah, it's if we're looking to keep those people to get the efficiencies
No, this is
starting
your
up. Yeah, no,
suggestion.
and that's what I'm saying.
This
is-
is
Yes.
your.
It's saying, I feel we need to keep the two bodies so that we can support the contractors that are coming in to make us more efficient. When the efficiencies are in place, we may not need those two bodies anymore, but we need two bodies to get there. And I understand that the board is trying to save money, so I found other areas.
No, the board is trying to set a staffing situation that meets the demands of what the town needs now. And we're hearing a lot that there have been issues in where money goes, where money comes, not understanding. The board is really pushing for having the right staffing level with the correct level of.
And I share that view.
Okay.
And I think that to understand where that level is, we have to work with these contractors to get there.
So.
And those contractors are gonna need to be supported. So that's why I was saying we retain those.
So we're on what, just so, because I lost, so we're page
Yeah,
7.
so page 7 has 4,000 removed out from technology upgrades. I'm gonna zoom out again to go to the next, so I can see it better. The next one is gonna be on page 11. It is. Equipment rentals.
What is equipment rentals?
Equipment rentals is, this is under highway. And so it is, if we need a specialized piece of machine, or like The idea was a sweeper at one point, a dedicated sweeping machine instead of the machines that we have. This has not been utilized in the same way. So again, I think we can pull 2,000 out of here to use equipment that we have. That will, this is a place where we can pull 2,000 if we need to.
So what, I think, what
Generally,
really,
it's a
what
sweeper
really,
was
what
intended.
really jumps out is the next line.
Thank you, Jim.
Continuing service Little Sherburne, where in 2025 it was $4,500 budgeted and actual was zero. And in 2026, we spent 4,500. How much?
Budgeted. We don't know.
What budget, how much have we spent so far in that line? And now we're budgeting in 2027, $129,570.
That is.
Right below your little chicken.
Right behind
No, I see
Okay.
it, I see it, yeah.
Yeah. Believe me, I'm getting tired of looking at these things.
I mean, I'm getting to it for the first time, and what I saw with the glaring numbers like you're just
Mind-boggling.
quoting out there, that's what I could
But so
look
first
at
off,
first.
I just want to know how much to date have we spent on,
$3,357.50.
okay. But we're budgeting $570.
That doesn't make sense.
We might have just lowered the tax rate another penny or two or whatever.
Heaven forbid.
Wow.
Yeah,
See the number now that I'm talking about?
I read these things, guys.
Oh, no, you know why that is? I'm sorry. That it's contract services. I didn't see the little Sherburne next to it. That is our Ken Roby. That's contracted services, so it should be its own line.
Well, Ken
I
Roby
thought we had more than one.
Ken Roby is underneath
Warren.
TIF,
Right.
whatever, so
Should
it's
be-
up.
Sorry, that, not Ken Roby specifically, that was moving the, that amount, Lil Sherburne is not supposed, should not be there, or we break it out. This is moving the Public Works Director line into a contract service.
So right off the bat,
Yeah.
it's not Little Sherburne.
No, that's an error
Well,
right there.
it's there.
But the reason why that jumped up is because that is accounting for the Public Works Director. We can rename that category, Lil
But
Sherburne.
once again, that money should be TIF wise or whatever and be reimbursed because
But the FEMA is not.
the FEMA is not, but how much of the FEMA?
I was instructed to move the Public Works Director into contract services, and that's what it's been.
Okay, so I mean, when we say, I'm sorry, but Bill, when I say move money over, one should be saying 40% of the time is gonna be with FEMA, 60% of the time is gonna be with what? And it's not supposed to be our job of we're giving direction of saying, move the money over. Move the $115,000, $110,000 over.
And then the
Okay, so no.
Femurs and Social
100,
Security.
110, yeah, but that was the other thing. We just said, we didn't say move their benefits, the person's benefits over. We said
Second week in a
move,
row you've done that.
so it's
Well,
$100,000.
it's the same from last week.
It's $110,000 plus, say, call it the 4,500, okay? So that should be 114,500, okay, there,
What do you want?
114,500, okay? That should be the starting number. And then we should be saying how much of that is going to FEMA and that we're not gonna get, but we get reimbursed from FEMA. We could be reimbursed on it.
Yes, but this is also carrying the operating portion of it, so we could just, I mean, if you wanted to, we don't budget any of it and we just use it out of our
So
unallocated.
how,
fund.
if we have, like, when we have it,
This is to budget for it.
okay, so we have 114,500 budgeted for it.
Yeah.
But let's say out of that 100,000 for this position, we're moving 100,000 over for this position.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Or 110.
110, yeah,
110.
okay.
Okay. where do we show in here where we're getting reimbursed in the front of the budget for the TIF side of it? And pick a number. Is it 50% of, is it gonna be 50-50? I don't think 50% of this fund for Roby or for whoever it is, we're just gonna use the company.
Yeah.
We don't
the
know
Boston
who's
King.
gonna be on
Right,
water
right,
or whatever.
The Boston King.
But I would think that 75% or maybe higher is going to be on the TIF project.
Right.
And then some of that, when we are the Killington forward, is not going to be reimbursed from TIF because it's for water, okay? If we're gonna use that for the water side to verify, okay? So let's call it 50%. So where is the 50% in the revenue side showing we're getting it back?
It's not in there. This is accounting for the cost of it. And then I
Yeah,
didn't count
okay.
for the reimbursement of it. This is more of the cost.
Okay.
We can do that if you want.
Well, that should be in the front, say page 1.
No,
No, you don't have, this is all, this
no,
is,
the TIF, there's no reimbursement
There's no
in here for
so-
TIF
so-
because all of that's coming out of our unallocated funds. So that's what I'm saying. If you want, we can do that, but we're carrying the burden until we get reimbursed. And so this way, we're accounting for that burden and then we'll reimburse that cost.
no.
We're not putting anticipated revenues from TIF in here, right? Or
Because it is going to pay, right,
is it supposed to be in?
no,
Should.
it goes to pay off,
Just a separate,
they're separate.
but I think
Well, then the cost-
Well, that's what I'm saying, if you want, then we pull it
Well,
out.
no, but the cost here was based on an old way of doing business.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think if you go to the new way of doing business, okay, the cost for like this project manager should be in a project cost accounting category, and that project is not in this budget, it's
Maybe
over
it's
here.
something.
Okay,
So if we want to do that,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
fine.
that's a
So then we
lot.
just pull
yeah.
it fully out of here. Well, not fully,
Not
because
fully.
we still want to get,
Well, there might, there might be a
50,000.
piece or overhead or something in here that you want to,
Okay.
but you.
so
but
why don't we pull over 50,000 to account for it, then the other 50,000 we carry in the TIF.
But so then that leads me to my next question, and that I didn't have before that explanation. What else in here is expensed as a TIF expense,
Shouldn't be.
but not in as revenue?
TIF expenses should not be in here.
Exactly.
Right.
We put in contracted services.
Yeah, but that was just a change in
That was
job
a
scope.
change in job scope.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
So, right, so we can lower that
So lower that.
50,000 if we're doing,
129,
yeah,
we're saying there should be at least 4,500 in there for.
for the
office
contracts,
stuff.
yeah. And then we put,
And then out of 100,000, we're gonna say, I'll say, put 60,000
Yeah.
into.
Yep.
40,000 in here, so round it off at $50,000
right, total.
total. But make sure now we put a note that we're moving 50,000 or $60,000 over to TIF revenue expense.
And should that number move down to account 45004 contracted services instead of contracted
Yeah.
services, Little Sherburne?
Yep.
Okay, just to get the
The
right
people up
numbers.
on Little Sherburne Road probably
Yeah.
would really love that.
All of a sudden they get paid.
For a class.
Wrong contract service.
Wrong contract service.
The other thing I struggle with is every time we move a position like this, we not just move the salary, but we move all the benefits and everything in a package. But then if we say, let's remove a position, we only seem to lose salary and we never seem to
Yeah.
lose the benefits. And I don't understand why that number doesn't carry in the same way.
We do remove the Beamers and Social Security at a certain level. We remove a health insurance. I basically count if we have vacancies of
So
3
for
or
now-
more, or sorry, 3 or less, I carry a vacant health insurance. If we had 4, 5, 6, I'd count 2. So at times when we've lost employees, we haven't crossed that threshold. That's why.
But on this line item here, we're only saying 4,500 for the regular.
Yep.
That line item.
Well, we're gonna do.
Well, that line, so that line
that
item
one's
is,
45.
can you go to the Excel spreadsheet right
Yep.
now? You go to the Excel spreadsheet.
You're saying we're only paying Dubois and King, $4,500.
No, no,
No,
no,
no,
no.
We're only paying
Little
Little
Sherburne,
Sherburne. That's-
contracted
it's-
services
it's
for
a-
Little Sherburne.
It's a class 4 road.
Yeah.
Part of it, I think, is Bridgewater might plow
They take care of
stuff.
that.
That's not the class 4,
Yeah.
then it stops. And then part of it is for our grading once or twice a year. So this is this year, so that's $4,500 we're doing to,
It's right here,
okay. And now we're gonna go to
this one,
page, contracted services. We're gonna say
58.
it's 110, so, right?
Oh, no, it was, I already added the 50 in, so it was 8,000. And then we added 50,000 in
We
for,
were gonna say out of the $100,000. Okay, we were gonna say 60,000 is going to tip revenue. $40,000 is going to contract services in the highway department. I'm sorry, 50.
50, yeah, so then
So
be
that
58.
58
Yep.
becomes 50. No, it's.
No, it started at 8,000 and I thought we moved 50.
Yeah, okay, you're right,
Yep.
you're right. It's late.
Right, and the other 60 is accounted for in TIF,
But make sure, so it's a tip on the revenue side.
but that's not part of this budget.
I know, but in your notes, so we don't get lost, this is on an expense sheet. This is an
Yep.
expense sheet. So please, where you have moving 60 into tip slash. So
It
we
won't be
know.
revenue. I'll put it, yes, I will note, yeah.
We're gonna get revenue back from it.
We're gonna get reimbursement.
We're gonna get reimbursed.
Is that gonna be, receivable or is that gonna be actual?
No,
I think it's
it's
gonna
a
be both. It's gonna
reimbursement.
be an expense out and
Reimbursement.
reimbursed in.
It's not revenue.
Reimbursed in is revenue. Vito, you did accounting. If I get reimbursed for something, right, it kind of washes it out.
We're gonna go, if we go to a project accounting, okay, we're gonna bill this person's time
60K.
towards the project and the project's gonna pay for it.
And the tax increment will pay for it over time.
I'm just saying for me, so I understand.
Project is getting
See
paid
it,
for by the,
moving 60K into TIF, and you could
I know.
put slash
That's another issue, but that's,
reimbursement expenses.
Yeah, and like engineering.
Reimburse of expenses.
Yep.
Okay.
that's a cash flow, that's.
We could just put that in there, reimbursement of expenses. Just so we know when we come back after.
Yeah, next year.
meeting.
Dave, huh?
Should be drinking beer by
Go
now.
off of page 9, I guess. Or you're on page 9.
Yeah, so then,
Yeah. we want
and I
page-
haven't done these removals out, well, I have. But okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Not on this one. Okay, so we're gonna then go back.
That was a good mistake.
I noticed that. Wow, what's that
Then we're gonna go capital funds on page 14.
I'm gonna stick to the highway. On there.
Back on,
And I wanna go to salt. Okay, so in 2025, we budgeted 99,000. So we actually spent 136,850. In 2026, we budgeted 95,000. What did we actually spend?
Salt, 134, 141% utilization.
So
this year's a bad year for salt.
okay. And then underneath sand, we budgeted in 2025, 70K. We actually spent 87.5. We budgeted 90,000 this year.
91, that's
We
92.
spent 91,000.
This is this one.
92.
In my opinion, we probably should bump up from the totals. At least the salt up, the sand is close, but the salt, I think, could use a little bit.
On the salt, I would like to see the breakout of, we put it out for a contract. How much did we bid, how much was the contract for? And then at what point did the road crew or management decide no longer having, when we say salt, is that just the salt cost? Or is that with the town going down and trucking it back and forth?
Good question. I thought I
You're
saw,
saying
I
where
thought I
is
saw an
the,
independent contractor coming in with salt over the winter.
We were, that's the way it was supposed to go, and it was supposed to be X amount of tons delivered for a contract. Okay. A set price for a contract. And then if we went over that tonnage, they were going to continue to allow us to use that same price per tonnage. But what I'm getting at is okay, we spent $134,000, whatever. We spent 40K more, you know? But where I'm coming from is that, so where at some point, the town started sending our own trucks
Mhm.
back down, even though the board said, no, we're contracting it out to this other service or whatever. Where is the cost of the trucks and the maintenance guys, the highway guys?
so the cost of the guys would be in the wages. The cost of trucks and repairs and fuel would be in those categories. What I have, I've had this discussion with Chad, I had this discussion with Ricky when he was on the board. If we don't keep those trucks moving, they start seizing up and then they have to get fixes done. So if we're not constantly using them,
Season a day?
no, we're talking spending, like, some of those plow trucks can sit for a couple months if they're not being used to haul or do other things. So like, we just have one that a Kingpin froze on. And so then we have to send that out to get fixed. So if we continue using them, the overall cost of what I have been told is less from our usage.
And has been.
And I know that
It's been proven wrong, but we keep on getting into old style of doing, we have to keep it moving or whatever. Just find it funny that Killington Resort picks up a whole bunch of our old trucks and they're not going down to Rutland or whatever. They just stay here and then they don't drive them pretty much in the summertime a lot or whatever. And it's to me like when we do have some people calling in and saying, when is the sand going to get picked up off the side of the road and everything? But we're sending our people down and there's we got guys in trucks picking stuff up. So, I mean, I understand that you just said Ricky and Chad had a discussion and Ricky and Chad decided to go to that it would be beneficial to have the town trucks go back down for whatever reason. But the board did not. The board said, here's a contract for X amount of sand and salt or whatever. Then worked it out that if we went over that amount, they would charge us the same amount and deliver it here. And the town trucks could be going around the neighborhood taking care of town roads, businesses, tree cutting, whatever.
So there's this misunderstood mentality that we already have these people, we already have this equipment, and so it doesn't cost us it. And it does cost. No, I know that, but
Yeah.
all too many people don't see it that way. They see it as, well, we already have the staff, we already have the truck, so we should just utilize. Well, it's not the best utilization of resources. And that's, I think, what Jim's getting at, is trying to figure out what the best utilization of resources is. Because in that same amount of time, if you're worried about a Kingpin freezing, probably one guy in the time it takes to run from here to wherever could run around with PB blaster and hit all the pins in all the trucks and drive them around the lot for 3 minutes and not spend on fuel, not spend on this and so on and so on.
I'm aware of the wear and tear that the trucks then have.
No,
to be
absolutely. And going up and down,
replaced.
going up and down the pass. I assume it's somewhere
The heavy road.
in the west.
Yep.
So they're going up and over the pass, which is, with a full load, which is, heavy on the brakes. And so if we had a contracted rate, I see where Jim's going. I agree. If we had a contracted rate, we have a fixed cost and we budgeted accordingly,
2 years.
then, you know,
Last year.
I don't know why
It
we
was the
would
first
deviate.
year we did it, really. Abby put it in. Okay, and she came to the board, and Kevin Hewitt all explained to us how exactly like, yeah, we're paying $131,000 or whatever, $134,000 for the salt. But when you take into consideration that these guys are getting paid an hourly rate to go down to Pittsford or whatever to pick the stuff up, and then the diesel cost to do it, and then the maintenance of the truck and all this other stuff, you know, when they could be in town doing other items.
And again,
That-
this is
that's-
done during like you know, days that aren't beneficial to work, when it's raining, when there is downtime. This is not.
I see trucks going down there when it's nice out or whatever. I see
Oh,
people.
again, this is
in- I-
one
I-
we built for my
Yeah,
team.
yeah,
So-
for me too. I see when I go down to Rutland City, I see people working on roads when it's raining out or drizzling out. They got these things called raincoats or whatever. Just whatever. So let's
But no,
let's move on.
It is,
Yeah.
okay, but I'm gonna say this, it is a large cost in our budget. And I'd like to see, I guess, analysis on it that says it made more sense to do that outside of the contract. Like, prove it, I guess, you know, because if it's the way, then maybe we should reconsider it, but if we had a contracted rate.
So I think we could probably then move this discussion to a later time. Or do we have issue with the number?
Right now, no.
I know, well, you said you wanted it higher.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I'd like a number that reflects what we need, whether that's a little more, a little bit less, you know, but if we had a guaranteed contractual rate, I don't know why we would deviate from that. That's why we set up contract in the first place, so.
So John, we know we spent to date $134,400. Correct. And we're budgeting $131,000. I don't know how, I mean, I don't know how much of this $3,000 or whatever that's over, $3,400 over, has been done in the last couple of weeks.
Nothing.
So those,
It's raining,
That's
so
it.
what are they doing? If they're making, because, so when if they've done
Right.
nothing in the last couple of weeks.
Right now,
it's raining.
the loads that they are running being held off of by the quarry or the provider until July 1 of next year. And so that we can get a jump on.
Right, so wait a second, so I just wanna back up now. So we're currently doing this?
Yes.
Right, so if we are currently doing this,
We are
but we
trucking.
just went through discussions.
Are we trucking or is the current party?
We are trucking.
Okay, so if we have, again, we've had a contract, which I would assume we would at least go back and consider renewing. Don't know if you did or not, but if over the last couple of months, we've been talking about how we need more guys on the road crew because we're falling behind and we need work to get done.
Yeah.
Why are we sending trucks to Rutland or wherever they go
It's
to
on
get
days
salt?
they can't do other work, or when they don't have enough for a team to do certain things, when they have an available body. It's, hey, go do a load, go do all.
But if it's not a cost-effective thing to do, don't do it.
It is, that's why I'm being told by multiple people that it is a cost
But
effective.
the wear and tear on the trucks is brutal, and the truck's gotta be $250,000 to buy.
Okay.
We are, but I'm just
Can
saying,
we
the
just
truck's gotta
make,
cost.
can we make that line for now $135,000, Patrick?
You know, bump it up.
Minimum.
Yeah, and then go to the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
Make it 100.
What I'm saying is,
We can figure out,
just sit there and do that.
Patrick. We can figure it out later on, which way is more.
Yeah, there's an opportunity cost. You just gotta figure out which is the best way to do it.
I would rather
Yeah.
have a triaxle come up and dump, and then I take my front loader and move it in. Instead of me running down my trucks that could pick up how many yards or tons.
Sounds sensible.
But we're not gonna wait. So the facility maintenance one, we got through there. So thank you for explaining to me what DNU means.
Yeah, DNU means do not use.
Okay.
It's carried because we need the historic information, but it should not be used.
We just need the
Next year.
information in front of the.
Yep.
So what page are we going to?
Well, I have a question here in the facilities maintenance.
Sure.
We have, under custodial salaries, we had a budget amount of 26 of $45,800. And now in 27, I'm seeing a budget amount of $50,000.
Yeah.
Which is roughly about a 10% raise.
This is one of the ones at early talks, like early when we were doing the budget. There's a few that have changed and it's planned to be increased because they were low. This was one of them. If the board does not want that anymore, we can keep it the same.
I think the
This has
board
been-
just
this has been
basically
in
said
here.
all
Which line
salaries
is
are
this?
frozen.
So that's a person.
That is a person.
Third one, no.
Yeah,
So it's
So we had
Staff member
that's
or
a staff
It's a
member.
staff.
11002?
Yes, 11002.
So
Because they
currently,
were budgeted.
we're paying as is equal to 45,800,
Yes,
45,800, yeah.
currently.
yes.
And the ways that we had said that we were holding was those that had already been getting paid, whatever. Okay,
Yeah, I thought there's a carve out for this because everyone was in agreement that it's too low.
I don't think anybody here said that. I might agree with it,
Yeah,
okay, but we didn't say it. Because it's coming up now. What we had said was that there were a few people
Mhm.
that had already been receiving,
this was a plan
What?
to increase,
okay?
but it hasn't gone in because it wasn't in this fiscal year. So that was to keeping with the plan, but if we don't want to, we can lower it.
Okay. I'm not gonna go there, Roger.
I'm just,
You're bringing it up, thank you, but I'm not. I'm gonna go to the one above that, ground wages.
Yeah.
24,342.
Yep.
What position is that?
That's Gerald Summer. Or no, I'm sorry. Round wages is part of it is, I forget her name. We do beautification, we do around the signs, we do Alice. Thank you. It's
Okay,
part
so
Alice, that
part of
is,
it.
and I believe that's also part Tom Ronks taking care of the woman that's on the sidewalks.
So
Wouldn't that
the
be-
Killington
wouldn't that-
Road, that's Killington Road.
That's on their
maintenance?
walkway.
Wouldn't that be
Building road
contracted
maintenance?
services?
Oh, actually, this may be Gerald, because I don't think he was moved into the rec yet. See?
And then looking at solid waste.
Let's just stick to, I'm sorry.
Let me double check
I
that.
can
I
only take
believe
one at a
that's,
time.
I believe that's,
Ground wages
hold on.
is probably Gerald.
I think that's, yeah, Gerald.
When he moves over to the summertime.
Yeah, because he was not captured in the rec department. That's something that Rebecca and I talked about that needs to be changed in subsequent years.
So then when I go up the highway
Which,
departments,
but that's gonna, I mean.
and I go to 60-1111.03, staff, the $303,000.
Yeah, no, that's Gerald. That's Summer Gerald.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I thought it was.
Yep.
That's fine by me.
Yep.
You know, but underneath one one
Sorry,
one
we're at
dash
facilities
03
maintenance.
staff for highway, the 303,000.
Yes. That is, Winter Gerald is in there.
Okay, is summer draw up in there?
No.
For sure.
Yes.
So, just as a side note, then, if we're plugging all summer work into rec, then they're falling deeper into the red.
When in subsequent years, when it moves over, yes, it would be.
Well, we're doing a budget now, so we should really be.
Do you want to move that one from facilities maintenance?
That's where it belongs.
Needs to be
His bosses were back in
categorized
the
where
summertime.
the
right?
expenditures are.
His boss in the summertime is Rebecca, right?
Yeah, so we
So
can,
it should
we move that over
there.
into
Okay.
rec.
But then that comes into, I'm not gonna change you all right? But
No,
just to say here, like FY 2025, the actual paid was 16,688. And then we're jumping up to 24,342,
That number is,
27.
the number was based off of his current rate. I don't know what was going on with.
I'm just
Right.
saying, like, whatever.
If you look at this actual, he's at 98, percent of actual.
What's the actual?
23.
So for the 2026 year, what are we at?
So we're gonna move. we're on-
90, if it's the 23633, we're at 98.27%.
23,223.
It's 98.27 of that.
So you gotta remember, when does Gerald move over this summer?
It's in April, depending on
Yeah, so that's
weather.
April, May.
No, that current usage would be July, August,
Yeah,
September.
July and August, September.
This actual
And then-
that we just got tonight would have been great in our package. There were no actuals.
Yeah, because the actuals that you have are from 25.
Then I had asked back a while ago.
So we got it
after the
now, we got it
budget,
tonight is what I'm
We
saying.
should have,
Makes
and
it
that was when
Because-
Kirsten was.
Yeah,
with us.
we need to
They
get with
asked for
NIMRIC
an
to,
actual whatever.
we need to
okay?
get with NIMRIC to set that up.
Okay. So- Okay, anything else you got?
Yeah, so under solid waste. So what's happening there? We are on page 10. What's happening there with the salary? It looks like 12% increase.
Yes.
That is going off of what is currently being paid.
So
That's
And then-
current rate, and then.
Somebody gave a raise during the year, that's all. That's what he's saying. And they're getting paid that at this
why
point.
are people getting raises
I
outside
was
of
not
that are
here.
not budgeted?
I was not here.
You know, there's a lot of those in here.
I was not here.
I'm gonna say close to $100,000.
I was not the town manager at
I'm
the
gonna
time.
say, the chief of police,
Well-
$25,000 raise, that's
But-
11.
but how is that? 'Cause
20%.
the
We're talking
actual
about
is-
20% raise.
The actual is 20,300, so the
Vacations.
This one is on page 10.
22,1 is
Not
not.
the right one. And I'm not.
Well, vacations
Wait,
is
20
in.
you say 22-1?
Now, the actual,
Actually, it's 22.
okay, well, I'm talking about individual, the actual is 20.3.
Yeah.
Okay, and the budget versus budget of 22.1.
Yeah.
But this year it's budgeted for almost 25, so I don't understand where that $3,000 raise is or why. Because it's not reflected, it's not reflected. Okay, so in 2 weeks, we're talking another what,
No,
$1,000 maybe? Based on this? So if that's
you're saying to get to that 22-1?
right. So it's not, he currently, as of whatever the date of this report that you handed out, 6/15.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe one more payroll cycle, 2 at the most.
Yeah,
Right?
so
that's like-
that position does not have paid vacations. So if he took more vacations than was budgeted for, it would be lower than the budget.
Okay, so now I'm gonna get into a budgeting question here.
Yeah.
If somebody is, if, and I get what you're saying, because I did this job.
Mhm.
I didn't take any time off or whatever for 2.5 years.
Right.
During COVID. But if I took vacation time, who replaced me?
Then it would be, it depends on who.
Someone from the highway.
Someone with highway, which
Is
is.
that what
So if we're going to do it correctly,
Their
then
rate
that
may be
person-
different.
no. That person's
Yeah.
there should be.
It should come out of that
It should come
line.
in this, no, it should come in this
Correct.
budget or whatever.
And out of the
Correct.
highway.
So is that the
And the
overtime number?
highways department should come down.
Highway department's for bulky.
No, but there's an overtime number in solid waste.
So that is primarily used during bulk day.
Okay, so there's another question. On bulk day, somebody's manager should just readjust the schedule so that people aren't incurring overtime. It's a simple process.
Yeah, that's not how it had been done, and that's why it's in here.
Well,
There's there's
hopefully gonna
many
be done
efficiencies
in
that we
the
can,
future.
there's many efficiencies we can change like that.
That's one to highlight, please.
But if it's
But-
going to happen in this budget, we actually have an increase on overtime.
Again, in a department that's running in the red. So that, it's.
Yeah, this is
That's-
the
that's where it
solid
becomes-
waste, the solid waste is looked at, in this budget, it's looked at as a service, not a profit generating.
You call it what you
Because
want. I'm not talking
the
about
town
generating profit.
uses
I'm
it
just
and all
saying
that.
it's running deep in the red. So I don't know why we are going
Again,
the other way.
The difference we're talking about right there is $100, which I agree we need to, mind our dollars and cents, that
What's-
overtime.
No, I'm talking about the salary. Like, I just don't
Oh,
understand.
that's-
The salary.
Roger's talking about the total $2,652. Roger's saying that, I think what you're trying to say is that there should be no overtime there. It should be that,
Oh,
you have to come in on Monday, all right?
or Saturday.
Or Saturday or whatever, okay? And you know it well in advance of bulky day or whatever.
Right, you have that Thursday off or the
Okay.
Tuesday off
Whatever.
midweek, and you
Understanding
change the
we've already
dates.
cut it back from 3 days to 2.
We did.
But that doesn't really show here. I mean, like, so overtime in 2025 actual was
And
$2,866.
it's also
So it's
covering,
$200 less, but we cut it down a day.
it's also covering if someone is out. We can lower it down if you'd like, guys. Do you want to lower it down to 1,600? Do you want to lower it down to
Patrick, I
2,000?
think what we're trying to do is we're trying to throw information of what we're trying to understand and how better efficiency can work.
Right.
That's
So,
what I think we're saying here.
and I agree that there's better efficiencies that can be there. Do you want to account for it in this budget by $500, by $100, by $1,000? What
I mean, to
is?
be honest with you, knowing this thing here, I just think it's crazy that we have in the wintertime Sunday from 8 to 12 when nobody really shows up. You get like 6 people showing up and the efficiencies, but we'll work that into the next.
Yeah, I did look at that from an hour and a cost saving. There's money to be saved there.
But what we are saying is that the reason that there's a $2,000 increase in 27 is because the person is being paid a higher wage than we had budgeted.
That is based off of my estimate of hours and their current rate.
How many hours a day?
It is the 3 days for half the year, the two days for,
They don't work all.
just like you said, when you did it, you did work all of them. So I was accounting
I'm
for,
not in here.
I understand that.
I didn't work in 25.
I'm just gonna say, I find it odd. There was
Because
increase last year.
I was not here.
Happened to coincide with.
I was not here for that.
We're not doing that. We're
Yeah, no,
asking
no, yeah,
questions.
and-
I'm asking questions.
We're having a really good meeting. Let's just
I
stick
still think it's.
to have it. I get it. That's
It's
personnel.
curious,
It's curious, but it's
Yeah.
personnel
yeah.
and it could be whatever, okay?
Yeah.
We're
Different
having
issue.
a really good conversation here,
Yeah.
guys. So I understand what you're saying, or whatever. I'm gonna tell you for now, because people plan, okay? And if they're being paid this, and it is Saturday, Sunday in the winter, Monday, and in the summer is Saturday and Monday, I'm just gonna say, I'm going to bring up in the next budget in September, October, that we relook at certain things on how efficient
Sure.
we run. That's all.
Yeah, I think,
And I think that's a great,
I think
great thing to do.
what's instructive here is that the highway department is actually carrying some salary for the solid waste disposal department. Okay, when the solid waste disposal department person isn't working.
And the way that we are supposed,
Right.
the way that it should be working now with our payroll system is when they're clocked in for that.
It'll go to
it's
the right
correct.
account.
Yes,
Okay,
I
and
cannot
that's with the new,
speak to,
that's with the new payroll system.
correct. I cannot speak to the historic of how it was.
Okay,
Because it should have, and I,
okay. Yeah, I know, the old payroll system didn't
What's
have.
next? We're through page
Right.
11.
Okay.
we got through page 11.
So,
Where you at?
well, I'm back at page 10.
Which one you want?
I'm on library and I'm seeing some staff staying flat and some staff moving up. Majority of the staff stays flat. There are a couple of people who move up, top of the line.
Those are, not increase in wages. Some of those are, positions, from my understanding from Jane, you don't see all of the positions in the the librarians here. Jane is her own line.
I see that.
Yeah, youth librarian, I believe is one. Library staff is multiple. So it's the accounting for hours. The number of hours have changed. They're not all full-time. They're all part-time, and some have increased due to demands, like
Increased hours or increased
Yeah.
wages?
not wages. Wages have remained flat.
Increased, okay, so if you increase hours, it's still, if your wages stays flat, but you increase the hours, it's essentially a raise.
No,
Oh, but, well, you're not, what, are they working for free?
no, they're getting paid their wages that are staying the same. They increase hour because we have things like the Fairy Tale Festival, which has grown. We have,
Once again, here's another place where we can be a little more efficient in management then. And let them not be there on Tuesday, so that they have to be there on Saturday. And I'll leave it alone.
On the water, do we have like a, how are we managing?
Whoa, what? That's on.
Still on 10, that's why I went there. On the water, how are we managing to and from with our expense? Because obviously we have Brian and,
Not mentioned.
I'm sorry, we have the operator, I'm sorry. We have the operator, so how are we cost allocating that current expense?
that's in its own fund. It should not be a 101 number. This is a relic of when it was originally set up. It was set up in 101, which is our general fund, and it should not have been. It's, I believe, like a 20 something. So
Okay, so
this
where
needs
is
to be
20, where is 20 whatever?
that's not on this budget because it's not
But
part
where,
of this budget.
but.
That is an enterprise fund, just like the golf course and all that.
No.
It is not part of this budget.
Okay, so where are we getting the revenue to pay him on 202? Where is
It's
the
coming out of our unallocated funds.
It's coming out of our general.
Yeah.
So what Rob is asking is where is, or John, whoever asked, I don't know which
I was
one.
gonna, he
The
asked.
The two in the from that you two and two froms keep on asking about.
Yeah.
Okay?
Show me
This-
someplace
this-
where
It's
the salary
not
comes out.
in here because this is not,
But this has, okay, I'm gonna let you finish.
just like we don't see the sewer revenue that's in here or the sewer expenses,
What's sewer?
Route 4 sewer.
Okay.
So the Route 4 sewer, it is owned by the town. There is costs, there are revenues. It is not tracked in this budget. This is the one, when you see the 101 here, this is our like generating general operating budget. It's fed from our bank account. The bank account, which has the unallocated funds, is also what supports the water system. That water system, once profitable, is going to have to pay those back into the fund. It's being tracked, but not as part of this, as part of the water.
So where's the number page, what
It
page
is-
do I look at?
It is not part of this
None of
budget.
these
It is a
pages that we
separate budget.
received today or last week.
Where
show
is
any
it?
of the
Where,
numbers.
where is the bar?
It's in the town report.
Where,
Oh, it's in the town report.
it
Yes,
is in the town.
It is in the town, oh, thank, there's the book.
So it's.
It's its own separate budget. And we track the costs and we track the liability that it is then holding against the town.
So where,
And when it starts generating profit, it starts paying back that count that is,
Not when it
Negative.
generates profit.
when it becomes
Generates revenue.
revenue, sorry. Yeah,
When we start collecting
then it starts
water
paying,
bills and
yep, it starts paying back the money that is owed to the general bank account.
Okay, so since,
what kind of money are we talking about? Like, are we tying up in that currently? I mean, I guess I asked this because
I think
we seem to have a cash.
We looked at it the other day, yes.
what would be easier is that.
Late today.
he's been working what, 8 months or so? 10? All right, yeah, somewhere.
And associated expenses. What I'm getting at is if we have a cash flow problem and we're flow
So-
for cash, should we be doing something else?
It's over $100,000 a year because of the FEMA's, Social Security.
And that's just
Salary.
salary. I'm talking, gotta be other.
Yeah, it was, one thing that could have happened when it was set up was to set up, a loan or bond, and have it tied to that, like you would with, the sewer system, but that's not how it was set up when it was put in place.
I just want to confirm that this sewer district, whatever for down, not the fire district one,
Our sewer,
the sewer down that the town has, none of that is in here, but none of their funds are really coming out of our unallocated funds. It's kind
We have
of,
one bank account.
that's the problem.
Yeah.
But.
Yes.
Yeah, well, okay, no, that's the problem.
Yep.
Okay, but it's an enterprise fund,
Here's the sewer.
okay? So on page,
The sewer is on page 21. I'll have to look back for.
no, I'm looking for the water.
You want me to see the water?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah.
The sewer district has money coming in and coming out, and then we get, and we have a citizen that always comes in to try to lower that rate, but you know, it's money in and it's money out.
Mhm.
Okay, there's money out on the water line.
But it's cash flowing.
No, there's money coming out. There's no money coming in.
So it's
Correct.
not cash
So
flowing.
can you please, you have accessibility on your computer right now to show us where we're tracking the money going out? Or no?
No, I can't get onto the server.
So for the next meeting, can you give us where the money going out is tracked? But when Bill and I come in tomorrow.
Yeah, we can pull the
We can look at it.
NIMRIC funds.
Do you find it?
We found it the other day.
I wanna see it, please. I'll wait.
You wanna look at it?
Just gets to where you go find it and
Flipping it.
It's like looking for you.
Table of contents would be helpful to show that.
You know.
Yeah.
We have cell phone stipends. 'Cause I know when I.
Killington Water Department.
Thank you very much.
Well,
I don't know yet.
yeah,
I don't
that's,
know, man. No, that's
sorry.
talking.
No, wait, I'll wait. I'll wait.
Page
There we
81,
go.
so it starts. So it says FEMA's employer salary, whatever, 5,400 for, 5,413 for FEMA's on the employer side, that's us. Okay, 74,662 is the salary. Health insurance is 13,000 for a total compensation of 93.
Mhm.
And then scheduled overtime budgeted for 2027 is 10,920. Emergency call out is 3,500. Apprentice second operator, 30,000. Electric, 20 grand. Generators, 2,500. Heating, 30,000. Communications, 2,400. Sodium, whatever, hypochlorite. 1,000. Maintenance repair. So there's a total of $226,724.57.
How much?
220, but this is where I'm coming at. This is for FY 27, and we're currently in FY 26,
right.
but there's nothing
Focus.
in 2026. There's no numbers.
There had to be money spent.
Sure, there was.
Yeah, so we're
That
talking,
money's
there
been-
wasn't a budget set
Well, there
in
was
26.
And so that money's been coming out of the general fund.
So what we're asking.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, all of our money comes.
What-
Yeah.
Whatever,
Or the-
we're not gonna get into that argument.
Well,
Just-
that's not an argument. I just want to be clear on where the funding is
It
coming
comes,
from.
it comes from the unallocated fund.
We don't
Which is
really
the
know
general.
where, it just pulled out.
It
of
pulls out of
general
the.
fund. You're not designating it's coming.
Yeah, it's just like the accounting of borrowing against, the reserve funds, okay?
Yeah.
That all needs to be nailed down and defined.
But it seems that the
The
reserve
reserve funds
funds
are in the
whatever,
same
might have a
place.
better,
Exactly.
okay, have a better tracking.
Yeah,
Right,
right.
no, this has the same tracking as the reserve fund.
So instead of saying budgeted FY 26, can we get an actual, this is your book,
That's what I need to write in my book.
actual FY 26?
we can do that.
year-to-date?
Gradually,
Okay.
I'll look back.
We're not gonna sit you guys, we just wanna know
It's too late.
how much this department
It's costing.
has borrowed from the
The town.
town general fund.
Yeah.
Okay, because when we talk about it in our cash flow
Right,
issue, that I think somewhere in September, we might be $400,000 short, I think is what I remember from last week. But where we're coming from is that there possibly is $100 and something thousand dollars
Call it half maybe.
coming from here.
yeah,
Okay? All right,
right. It wasn't planned. Well, sorry, it was,
no, it wasn't.
it wasn't
really
planned for.
Because
well.
Abby was hired on to do the water. We actually sent her to take the classes.
I
Or whatever,
understand,
but
yes.
she's
These were
gone,
made
so it was
before I
great.
was here, these decisions.
Yeah, I know, but
And
you're the
so-
manager and we're just asking questions.
Yeah,
That's all.
and so the
So
action,
now to
but yes,
move
that
forward,
is hurting our cash flow.
To move forward, so all we're asking for, and I don't, Bill and I are gonna go in tomorrow to do the, what do we say, FEMA or whatever?
Yeah, FEMA. Yeah,
But
we can
if-
pull the
if-
NIMRIC
if-
for
if-
water.
If water is showing how much year to date,
Yeah.
so then we can make a correction of showing that at least this board knows X amount of money was spent this year, and there has to be some Vito and Bill's famous words to and from.
Yeah.
That's all.
We have that, yeah,
I would add.
Well, we don't have it.
I understand.
I would add, though, that this is actually incumbent upon you to analyze this and say, what's it doing to our cash flow and how do we remediate that? That is the job of the town manager, in my opinion, in this circumstances. You know, when you, if we come in and we look at a cash flow report that looks like things are gonna get dicey and sensitive, right? Then there should have been an analysis to look at like an item like that to say, what if it, I'm just gonna make up a number, what if it's $200,000, right? Should we move that into some type of financing product so that we can then yield those dollars back into our general fund and help reduce our cash flow issues? Those are the types of things that, in my opinion, a town manager should be doing.
Yeah, and that's, those are the areas where I need to focus right now because we have been, as a town for the last couple of years, we have been using our own bank account to fund.
No, we've been doing this for decades.
Well, yeah, yeah,
For decades.
And it's catching up.
and it's catching up.
And, well, no, it caught up around 13,
We got out of it.
yeah.
And then we got
got out
back
of it.
into it with these,
And then we've
been using ourself as a bank instead of a bank as a bank.
Yeah, and then some people blame it on TIF, but it wasn't on the TIF.
That's with the whole growth.
It's, you know, but what I'm getting at is it's like. I
Not
can go
knowing what the
back-
left hand
no,
and right hand's
What,
doing.
we can go back to the, no, listen, we could go back to the July 23 storm, and we know we're on the hook for 10%.
Yeah, right.
I was asking for the last 2-3 years, when are we gonna borrow that money?
Yep.
So we're not taking.
It's
and
not a problem.
Borrow, but put it in, yes, borrow and get it in, so that
So we
when
can
we.
use it.
It's not a problem that it's been done. It's, the problem is we can't point to it. That's all. So we can't, we're having
Yeah.
trouble keeping track of it.
So-
I mean, we're doing it for what should be sound financial reasons, but we should be able to track it.
But if there's a 10.
We're doing it for multiple
But if
things.
it's 10% of FEMA, and let's say we spent the $4 or $5 million,
Right.
there's $400,000 or
$500,000.
Yeah.
So we
And
That-
exactly,
no, no,
we've done that in
and-
multiple
and-
places. We
and
did
then
that with
this water
water, we
thing
did that
is
with
whatever,
FEMA,
something
we did that with
whatever.
TIF. Like, that's the issue. Yeah.
I think we need to go continue with.
Yeah.
so let's
No,
go to the
we are all in agreement here.
Yeah, we are in agreement.
No, we're not, because I don't think we should be
We're in
doing.
agreement that we need to move
We
on.
need to, yeah, we need to keep going.
I had a capital,
I think the next thing I see is page 14 of 15.
yeah, that's on 15. Employee benefit time payout, I removed that. This is,
What page are we on?
15.
Why'd you go
What
past
about
14?
past
What happened to 14?
Oh, I'm sorry, no. Oh, no, I am on 14. Wait, nope.
There's no employees.
That's on the 15, that's why.
Employee is on 15. They're on, I said, I think the next one is 14.
Down the bottom.
Yes, it is. I went to the next part of capital. Sorry, 14. Let me get this blue. There we go. Small grant match. That was an addition this year. It is a nice to have. We currently still have money or in the reserve fund for special projects that get approved by the planning commission. So we have a alternate funding source. So I pulled this out as a nice to have.
If it's a reserve fund, they can't just be used like that.
No, this is not.
No, you said we have money in a reserve fund from the.
From the special projects,
Planning commission.
from the planning commission. So the
So you
planning
can't just-
commission,
Willy-nilly decide to take the money. That's
We're
what
not.
Makes it a reserve fund.
we're not willy-nilly deciding to take the money.
Okay.
The money would serve the same process.
The
Our
fund-
purpose?
The fund was set up about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah. And to fund special
And it
projects.
was put money into, and you got into this whole, because the road was gonna get redone and the lights or whatever. And I suggested that we move into a special fund for planning. We do as a board, it's really their money.
Mhm.
They need to come to us to say, we got X grant. Or the rec department could go to them and say, we have X grant.
Yep.
And they would like to use those funds there.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
better clarification.
At the time, yeah, and this is like, you just gotta catch up to whatever, I
Yeah.
mean, and there's nothing wrong with catching up. But when we went to put the down deposit on the affordable housing site, 10%, we borrowed, the select board went to the planning commission to say, we would like to borrow $70,000 for the down payment. And then when we went to Nicole and then Kessering Engineering to do some type of engineering feasibility or whatever, we went to the planning commission, we borrowed from there. Then when it came back, the loan of the $700,000 that came, we paid them back the $70,000. I do not think we paid back funds for the engineering because that would be a special project of looking into affordable housing. So what he's saying here is that we have grant match money in two spots. We can use it out of the reserve funds.
Right.
Do you have a reserve fund sheet, Patrick, for today? Just so we know how much
I have
money is in that, or
I
most.
think I have it as of end of April, and I don't believe we pulled anything from there.
That's fine. Things kind of stays.
Yeah. it's
Yeah,
pretty
because we
good.
haven't asked for any money out of it, and they haven't asked us for any money. So I think it's down below. Any special projects, whatever,
Special projects,
176,000.
So there's 176,000 in there. I think we started out at like 100. We made some money into it. We just, we haven't put money into it in the last couple of years, and we're not.
What was the account number for the one that you have 176,000 in?
176, it's 164. It's not on this
Oh, okay.
because it's reserve fund.
It's on reserve funds. It's the last month, which I think we're gonna be getting on the 22nd, the second meeting of the month. We should be getting a new one.
Yep.
So all he's saying is that it's double booked.
Yeah,
So-
the small grant match was so
The planning
the
commission
select
has to-
board, yeah, so the select board could do it independently, but
Mm,
not independently, but
We
it-
could,
you
but
could,
that's,
yeah.
we got,
But we have to get their permission to use the funds.
yeah, we go to them and say we're gonna use it.
Yeah,
Then they have to have the vote and say yes. I mean, so yeah, in a way.
Yeah.
But if
Then
they
we
want to
wanted borrow
use,
from
but
the
if they
school
want
funds,
to.
We'd have to go to the school board.
Yeah,
to get
yeah,
the
well,
money
that's not,
from-
so when they say,
they want.
we have this special project, like they put money over to the swimming pool rec area, the engine, or the design work or whatever, okay? They're taking from there, okay? And we allowed them, they came to the board and the board said.
They need mutual agreement.
Okay. So I agree with that $20,000.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense now. It just didn't make sense to me.
So before we move on to the next one, and I'm gonna, and I can reach out to people in the audience. There's a $10,000 deduction in the fire department capital that's being proposed to us, and I could have sworn the last bunch of meetings, it was like, while we were doing the budget, was looking to up it to like 250 or whatever,
It is.
okay?
He did.
So we're in agreement on this $10,000 deduction from 220 to 210? And the answer is
He does
no.
like it. So my thinking here is we're gonna be able to save some money, refurbishing. We'll likely be able to refurbish then buy new and get another 8 years out of one of our fire trucks. We already know that the numbers that we put in here are based off of old data that has, because the cost of, fire trucks have greatly increased. We need to do a full replan of the fire capital for the next
So in the
couple
reserve
years.
funds, since you have it out.
Yep.
How much money is in reserve funds at this time for fire capital? And I understand this is as April.
Fire department capital is 476,000.
I'm gonna suggest that we keep it the $220,000, guys. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm one person. I'm gonna suggest that we do the 220 because I know this was contentious when we just keeping it 220. Because a couple of years back, it was like, what was it, like 250? Was it 250 in the past or 240 or what was it?
40, I think.
240. So, and we took 20 away and now we're looking to take another 10 away. And I'm saying no. That's me. Where you guys stand?
I agree.
Bill?
I mean, without knowing what the capital purchase plan is, yeah, I would say leave it because it sounds like, yeah, well, but you, at some point, we're gonna have to buy new trucks.
Oh,
And so we're trying to accumulate money to do that.
Yes.
And we know the cost of trucks has gone way up. Okay, so,
Hopefully the resale is somewhat reflective of that too.
yes.
Not when they're.
I said hopefully.
Not when they're
I said hopefully.
scrap metal.
I said hopefully. I didn't say it will. I said hopefully.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would defer to leave it as it is until we get that plan.
I'm not well versed in what fire trucks cost or what their lifespan is, but I really see some beautiful equipment when I drive by the road. I'm just curious, do we really need a new truck?
We will in, what's the next one?
We don't know. What you just said we're gonna be doing a
Eventually, yes, we will eventually.
Eventually, we're gonna need, but
Yeah.
I've also sat here saying, I don't know why we just say fire department capital is a fire truck.
Right.
Could be,
Could be a
something else that fails that we need to draw on. And in emergency services, I think we should stick to at least our lower value of 220 for the last 3 years.
Okay.
To keep it there.
The next one I had is bridges and culverts, lowering it 20,000 because I know there's a big because on. We have two, and I need to come to have the select board sign off on them. We have two grants from the state for culverts.
Which
for
ones?
this next year. Which culverts or?
Yeah, well, we put in for certain culverts, right?
Yeah, well, one is River Road, the low
Right.
point that floods out.
Right, that's down further past the big White House on the left-hand side.
Wasn't that last night? Yeah.
Flooded out last night. They reinstalled the winter drains to get that going. So this one is River Road.
Yeah, I guess I feel like Miss Wanzer might be right on this, that we only have more volatility in climate situation and
The other one's Rustic
to
Road.
lose.
Yeah, so
And these total $120,000 with a
how much money do we have
10%
bridge and culverts right now?
10% match.
Yeah, okay. How much money in reserve funds for bridges and
culverts.
culverts?
494,000. This will be another 120 worth of.
And
Labor
the
material.
work that's done up like in East Mountain Road, just like, what is the cost to replace? What was the bid that was won for the 3 culverts?
From Osier for like the FEMA one.
Yeah, the
I
3
don't know off
culverts.
the top of my head. I can look at
It was like
the.
$1.5 million
Big money, yeah.
or something like that.
Those, to be fair, those are big culverts. These are like 18-inch culverts. So
Well, we should be
these
going
were.
24 everywhere.
Well, these were, like the reason those numbers exist of like the 80 and, one's 80,000, one's 45,000 is it was scoped out for the work.
For bridges, well, anyway, I just, in FY 25, we budgeted 126,110. Obviously, we put 126,110 in it because it was a capital fund and you have to.
Yep.
We budgeted 130,000 in. Have we put the $130,000 in?
The 130,000 is showing in,
Sure, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, a lot of these.
So prior to putting the 130 in, we were down to 360.
395. So I said, this one, beginning of this fiscal year, what I'm showing is 395 receipts. We had
Oh, okay,
130 come
some
in
expense out.
and we had 31 go out.
31 go out so far.
Yep.
I mean, just looking at this like FEMA, this, just for any point of reference. 3 culverts on East Mountain Road, 6, 8, and 8B were 130, so that works out to what, like 42,000 a piece. Damaged culverts on Trailview and Rim Road, 1 each, number 4, number 8, 65, so it's like 32,000. I mean, you're talking we'll call it $35,000 on average based on this.
It's gonna be very dependent on the size of the culvert.
100%.
Yeah.
But we gotta have some kind of point of
Yeah.
reference.
Well, I mean,
So at 35 grand, we currently have
do you want to see the?
12 culverts worth of potential.
I'm gonna bring
Oh,
this
you mean,
conversation to a
yeah.
different way, Bill. I think you're gonna agree with me once I say it. We've had X amount of damage done in the July 2023 storm. And we're on the hook for 10% of that, and it is culverts. Okay? So if we can continue to build this fund up, we may, for the FEMA note that we have to borrow, may be able to, if we keep on funding this thing,
Clean it out.
pay from there and go from there. That's just how I think. I don't know how you guys think. So the $20,000 to me, I would rather keep that $20,000 in there because I think, how much longer are we gonna have on July 23 storm when the last project's getting done?
I think that's
Never.
Well, it's gonna be, never. Rim Road, that's where you are.
That's
Your
right.
road.
Yeah.
That needs to be bid out, so I doubt that it's gonna be
That's a big
this
one.
year. That is a big one.
It is, yeah.
So
That's
I
hundreds of
think
thousands of dollars, that culvert up.
Yeah, that one's gonna be a big one.
Up by that Octagon house that we bought. It's just past that, right? Or it's-
Yeah, it's
Right
on my
before
property,
that.
right
Yeah.
on my property line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right, right there. That thing could be, we don't want to say, it's hundreds of thousands for that. So I just think that at some point, we're gonna have to,
Yeah, very likely
Do a
the FEMA
mixture,
expenses, right, we're gonna do
10%
that.
is gonna
Yep.
be.
We should leave the 20,000.
I think we should leave.
I agree with that. There's no, that's a place that we found that we continually run into issue.
Could have last night.
Yes.
Last night, we could have spent a lot of money.
And
Yeah,
listen, I
I
think a
was
lot of
here.
good work was
Heard
done
that rain
because
last night.
of the previous, it
Oh, absolutely.
showed that a lot of that stuff held up.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's finish this
Yeah.
Patrick part of this.
There is, then on the last page, page 15, employee benefit time payout. Again, this is a nice to have. This is if we have employees leave with vacation time, since we allow rolling over of hours. That rolling over of hours, the liability isn't really counted for anywhere. It's counted year to year. We don't account for that rolling over. And so this accounts for the rolling over, but it's a nice to have.
So when I go to, and it's not you, you were not here. I don't even think you were even living in town. Okay, so let's just put that, all right? I don't even think you were living in town. And excuse me, sometimes I gotta wear glasses and sometimes I don't have to wear glasses. Okay, but underneath employee benefits, there used to be a line item going back to, can you go to the town website and pull up like 2021 report? Government, yeah, then you go all the way down to, no. Go down, go town reports and audits. Okay, now go to the 2020, let's go to 2021, I think maybe, I don't know.
2021?
Yeah, you can do that one. Now go to the general fund expense budget towards the last of the page, last page or whatever.
Did there used to be this line item?
Yeah, 37, page 37, so it's gonna be around there somewhere. somewhere between 30 and 37. Just gonna hook in on.
There we go.
We're always down to general fund expenses.
Doesn't help.
Well, you're gonna keep on going for. Maybe it's not up yet.
It's not.
Looks like it's still trying to load.
Does that, I'm gonna try another one.
But I'm saying it might be, you may be
If you want
tied up in
lawyers.
too much bandwidth just running the
Time to change my song. Yeah, quick, can you? Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I just got it.
2022 came up.
Okay, so let's scroll down.
Thanks.
At some point. It's gonna be the general expense.
Yeah, I kept looking for that. Going through these numbers.
It's gonna go.
Like,
Further
we only
down,
got 2 weeks
yeah.
left, I should have an actual.
So here we're showing pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Let's look at what
expensive,
we
so it's
did.
gonna be like.
Now my exercise is compared.
Maybe it's up a little bit more. Or it's, benefits.
It's the employee benefits,
There's-
here we go.
Okay.
Yep.
So, now
vacation, holiday sick.
vacation, holiday, sick.
Yeah.
And for,
60
no, listen, yeah, because some of these people had more than the 40 hours.
Right.
Okay, that they should have, okay? And they had more than 20 hours of sick or whatever, okay? But I asked for almost 10 years, what is this vacation holiday sick? 10 years I asked this question at every single budget time. And I was told it was for the employees' vacation time, their sick time, and their holidays and their payroll. I was like, well,
No, that's counted in wages.
that's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I said. And I was told.
Was it spending
no,
money? Was it
it's
spending money
extra.
for the
So then
vacation?
I was like, no, so then I was like, well, if I go to like town manager,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna go back to 2020, I'm not gonna get there, $95,000 or whatever, okay? So you're paying him $95,000, but now he's got a line item here for more money? You're like, that didn't make sense. So can you scroll up? So I wanna see what years that is. So that's the 2022 budget and the 22 actual, okay? So in 2022 actual, so then the 23 budget, they just said, I don't know what it is. And they wiped it out. I was like, all right, if that's what you want to do, wipe it out. It's like, so.
So there's.
So are these
what I'm
been
telling you is that here we are today, and we're on page 15 of 15.
Yeah.
And we have a line item that says,
But this
We're
one, I
gonna-
can
but-
tell you
but-
what it is.
no, but so
So
But
it-
no, so how many hours, the year is ending now in 2 weeks. Is everybody just using up all their vacation time right now, so they have nothing? Or are they using up their vacation time that some of them still have 40 hours?
I mean, that's gonna, this isn't to pay that out. It's depending on the person is what they're gonna do. Come July 1, you're only allowed to roll over 40 hours.
So at the end of June,
You will
what
know
are
what
we
your expenses-
budgeting?
You'll know what your rollover
what-
expenses on July 1st.
What, okay, but you're telling us that you're gonna put it down to 0, because this is an easy one. I don't think it's that easy, because
The way I look
if
at it is,
people leave, they gotta, so, okay, So FY
If someone-
26, what's the actual, guys?
There isn't. This
There
is new.
It's a zero.
There isn't.
Yeah, this is a net new thing. This is to cover a possible liability.
So we've paid out certain people's
Right.
vacation and sick time and
And it
holidays.
comes out of their wages when they do, which is not budgeted for.
No. That's
Yeah.
people that are currently working.
If someone,
Someone
right, but if
left.
someone left,
Someone left.
right, and they get paid out their vacation, it comes out the same place as all their other vacation. That's how it's been happening. But the issue is, if someone has carried over 40 hours, that extra 40 hours has not been budgeted for.
So isn't that what I'm kind of saying? Like, so.
Right, and so that's what this 40,000
So employee
is.
X left and employee X left and had 40 hours still of vacation time from somewhere, we paid them out.
Right,
But it could have been from a prior year.
correct,
that payout.
yes,
And if they leave, let's say on June 30th.
right, the max
The
accrual.
And they had 80 hours worth of vacation,
Right.
120 hours worth of vacation time that year, but 40 hours carried over from a previous year.
Right.
Okay? And they
And
leave
they
in
didn't
June,
use
and
any.
and they used all,
Oh, then-
120. But we owed them the 40.
Right,
So what you're saying is that then when I go to XYZ employee, okay, that their salary is gonna be 40, it's gonna show in that
Be
way. It's
40
gonna
hours
be,
heavy,
it's
if
gonna
they
be,
were
it's
salary.
gonna, it's gonna be heavy, but it really should be in this one here.
Yep.
So what you were trying to do,
Is account for that.
account for it, but now you're coming to us and saying, let's not account for it, let's just wipe it out.
I was saying, I like that, that's a nice to have. If we don't have if we have someone leave and that position isn't immediately filled, we'll recoup that within the wages. It's a gamble, just like any budget. I'm trying to find places where we can reduce, so that, again, we can keep another body to make sure that we have staffing to get our efficiencies.
And I also think we had a conversation about this several meetings ago. Okay, because we were talking about people were actually accruing more hours than the policy allowed.
Yep.
And so we were gonna do a refresh and say, no, this is what the policy is.
Yeah.
And we're gonna
July
start
1.
accounting for this line item by the policy. Okay, versus accounting
We're
it.
doing that again, because we did that 2 years ago.
Well, no, but no, this one up here,
Yeah,
I
we
thought,
We did that 2 years ago when this came up, and you guys weren't on the board.
Right.
You were here.
well, that was the discussion we had.
And we all
Yeah.
got saying you had X, and it was
Right.
supposed to be straightened out. And then,
And it
and
didn't
you
happen.
did have a lot, and
It
you
didn't happen.
didn't
It didn't
complain
happen.
about
I'm gonna lose a lot, which
You're still gonna lose a lot.
it.
Yeah.
you know, Okay,
But that was the discussion we had.
Yep.
I can't tell you what happened 2
So
years
it
ago.
didn't happen properly.
so it didn't
Yeah.
happen.
It hasn't for years.
Yeah.
It will July 1.
No, there was a letter, there was an email sent out, and this was around the time that one manager of the 7 and 12 years quit because staff came back and said, we ain't doing that.
Again,
Yeah.
different
Whatever.
dimension.
And we talked about
Well,
doing it for the,
This July 1, it's
Yeah,
you carry
July
over
1.
40 hours.
yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see it, but maybe we'll get it in the union contracts. Okay? I think, whatever.
so I remember having that
So the
conversation.
question here is, this is the last item on this, on page 15 of 15, and
So we told you to put some in the back. How much have we put back?
30,
30.
It was 30 out of 54. So
no, out of 60.
And then we pulled out 50 and we pulled out 60,000 from that contract services also to go to FEMA. So we're up at 90 less than. Pretty cool is our,
What?
it's pretty cool with it is we've actually, I have to update from the numbers with the
Why don't
sick
you
leave.
do that?
Do you want me to update that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we can.
If you're gonna say something.
Yeah,
Let's have it
it's-
updated so we can see what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go around the. I'm gonna drag this back to my side.
While we're doing that, I just,
Chrome, you might get.
a lot of people don't know what I did for a living before I tried to retire in the town of Killington. Okay? Retire. Mr. Finer was one of the first people that I proved his theory in Vermont.
Oh.
Do you know what that theory was of yours?
What do you mean, to make a small fortune or rival?
No, I think it was rounded off to how to become a millionaire in the state of Vermont.
Yeah.
Come with a few.
Yeah, it was kind of, my version was that, how to make a small fortune in Vermont and rival a
Start with
large
a
one.
big one.
I think I expanded it to how to
Yeah.
become a millionaire.
Hey,
Yeah.
stop living above your pay grade, please.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Andrew. So, but I mean, it's like, I'm just used to looking through budgets and going through, and I don't, it's just me. We're just waiting for.
And I think, in my opinion, now that I actually have an actual, I have something I can start to look at.
Just double checking these.
Peggy's still on, or she's asleep. And when I say that, I don't play that she. signed off, okay? I think she's on. We're going to a vote August 11th.
Yeah.
So,
Do you want the?
I'd like to see
Timeline.
the timeline, because I don't see the timeline on the agenda. So while you're doing that, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna read this.
Yep.
Okay. So, statewide primary and local election is August 11th. The local election, August 11th, once again, sixth Monday before for candidates to submit petition and consent. The deadline is July 6th, okay? So if you're gonna run for select board, I guess, July 6th, you need to have in your, paperwork. 20 days before election for ballots availability for absentee/early voting. So the early voting ballots will be available July 22nd. Okay. The earliest to warn, that's our job, to warn the articles and the budget is inside the articles. 30 days is July 2nd. The latest, I don't know why that says 40 days.
The latest is July 12th.
The latest should be that should be, it says the earliest is 30 days, July 2nd. It says the latest is July 12th, 40 days. That should be reversed, okay? So
Those are the
that's all that.
those dates are correct, Jim.
Right, okay, so we need to, if we wanted to get everything out to and have the longest period of time for, people to have ballots and everything, knowing what's going on, we need to warn the articles by July 2nd. What are we seeing here right now? We have a meeting on the 22nd.
And I think that honestly, next weekend's meeting, I know the planning commission is important. I mean, this budget is a priority.
22nd. So here we are again.
Here we are again
The
at 11 o'clock.
29th. The
We
29th.
haven't really finished.
Okay, the 29th.
No, but I mean.
Hey, guys,
Sorry.
I'm trying to say something here. I'm going through what Patrick's trying to pull up. Sorry, but yeah,
It's
it's
okay.
getting late. So we have a meeting already on the 22nd.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, the next Monday, we would have to have a meeting by the 1st, I would think, to get so that, to warn the paperwork. I mean, this is kind of confusing, because we're gonna have to warn, so how long do they need to get the paperwork out for the warning? We come in here, let's say July 2nd, and say, motion to approve all these agenda items, all of these articles. How long is it gonna take for that to be turned into a ballot?
You're saying,
It says July 22nd,
yeah,
20
20
days.
days. Well, yeah,
To July 22nd, and in order to hit that, okay, you could either do the
So it's right ar-
latest,
it's right
the
around,
latest is, the latest
July 22nd.
is
12th, which is a Sunday.
the 12th.
Yeah.
Okay, and the earliest is the
gonna be-
2nd.
yeah.
But this 40 has to
She
go
has an
there.
absentee ballot available June 27th, whatever that means.
Where's absentee
No, that's-
ballot? That says
absentee
July
ballot available.
22nd.
That's gonna be the primary,
It's
state
June
primary.
27th.
June 27th.
At statewide primary,
Those are
where's
the
that
state
absentee ballot?
ballots.
That is for
So
the
that-
state
That's
position.
the statewide
That's,
primary?
yes,
Okay.
that's when the statewide
Okay,
primary
okay.
has to be available.
Okay,
So that's the
that's a
house,
So
our house representative and all that stuff.
Okay, so when does,
to actually get the ballot ready is relatively short time, so it would be, it
not
depends
much
if you, yeah, if you want the 40 or the
Okay.
30.
so I see, okay, I see, I see the July 22nd. I'm sorry.
End of June, beginning of July is when they need to have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still going with
Yeah,
that?
you could go.
So what I was saying is the budget is good. We've made a lot of work. We've cut a lot of things. The actual totals in the budget is less. The FY 27 is less than FY 26 budget. Yeah. Why we don't feel that is because the differences are in the revenue of things that were one-time revenues in FY 26. There's been you've been great. We've got it down to the 4.25 with the FEMA spend money. So the
Well, I'm on
200,
track, so.
that's in here.
And oh, by the way, I don't think we did that same thing with the financial outsourcing either.
Actually, you're right.
Like we did.
Let's
with
do
the-
that real quick.
Like we did with the engineering.
You are right.
We moved the engineering over. Did not move the
Yeah.
TIF portion of, well, actually, most all of it is, that's what the job's gonna be.
Well, we said 60.
Yeah.
Well, but whatever, yeah, I'm just saying.
So again,
So
six
that
of
That
this,
number
so
needs to
this
be
would
only
be,
100,000, Patrick, we're not including.
Yeah.
So-
Well, no, that's.
No,
even
it's gonna be less than that.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
it's gonna be,
60.
No, but I mean, the
We want to
budgeted
take-
amount needs to
Why
be.
you always said,
the
so go
budgeted
back to
amount.
your
well,
notes and go.
well, the other one was, 110 and this one was 100. So do you want to do,
Contract.
yeah, do you want to do
So we did.
45, 55?
We said 110 on this.
Yep.
And then we know for TIF that Road 1A South, whatever, north, is going to be covered by TIF, right? And we know that we're going to,
Wait a second. All right, I'll let you finish.
we know we're going for the raise grant to be part of TIF. So I would say, contractual financial services for water or whatever, that, and it's a little bit of water. Not gonna, that could be like, put 35,000 in there from the 100. I think it was 100.
No, this was 100.
Before you started moving, it had 120.
Yeah, so they had the Beamers and the,
Yeah, we figured
Social
it out.
Security. Right, so I just pulled it out. So I went
But I'm also. saying-
109.5 would be if we had 100,000, but we want to pull out to TIF 55,000. Right? So we're gonna be at 54 there. Now I just need to let's carry that number. Let's go back to the, good catch, John. Tired eyes. So look. Our total budget is 100,000 under last year.
Well, we don't really know because we don't know where we stand with some of these other
Budget,
things. And you know what? Well,
budget.
whatever.
I mean, yeah, I mean, your budget, but your cash flow, it's still, yeah.
Cash flow is different.
So
Yeah,
run
right.
through to
Well,
me, listen, because some of the stuff, so now that we have this up, some of the stuff was where I one day said, hey, listen, let's just play
Throw in
my
these other
game
ones.
and throw these numbers in.
I did
Are
that to
they,
the side.
are they thrown in?
So,
Not.
so up top, this is without them thrown in. This is just as the budget is presented.
Right.
So the municipal amount to be collected difference is 161,000. That's an increase of 3%.
Right.
Once we throw in the extras of the solar, the forensic audit, the additional bus, if that were to all pass, it's gonna bump us to 8.18.
Take the $32,000 away from the
Yep.
additional bus because they don't have a bus running and I basically wrote back saying, don't know and not
Right.
we're getting a budget ready and I'm sorry, you know,
So
we're
that
not,
goes to
we're not doing.
7.5.
What happened to the FEMA loan early payback that you couldn't get a loan from the bank for or something? So you're gonna
That's
do,
it, that's in here.
He said that's in there.
That should be,
Will show us. So.
yeah, where is it?
So the femur was like, how much? 386 or whatever like that or two?
No, I think it was like, yeah, two,
290,
yeah,
right here.
290.
So it's on.
Okay, so you're showing that totally
So
being
when we
paid.
look,
Yeah.
when we look
Okay.
into our expense
that's
report
good.
thing
Yeah.
here on this.
Good.
No, that's what I'm saying, like this
And I think
budget.
there's
That's
more
good.
information.
That's totally being paid. That's good.
Hey, guys, when I look at this NIMRIC sheet, what page? is that?
That would have been in global share.
I just wanna make sure.
It should be that my numbers match when we started. Just one that's stapled together. The global share.
Anybody see what global share, what
Beginning.
page it is?
Oh, at the beginning, after revenue.
It's on page 3, global. On the bottom.
Expenses, right at the beginning of the
FEMA, I
expenses.
see $290,000. Okay, Bill.
Mhm.
622 dash.
That's good.
Yeah.
So that's.
This budget's a good budget. Something to be
There.
proud of.
It's getting there.
Is it any better than the one that we failed?
Slightly.
Yeah, there's,
It's-
there's cuts in it and there's, I don't know about cash flow. Cash flow, yeah, I think you
That's,
have to be
again,
very
separate.
careful about.
Cash flow separate.
I know cash flow, you have to be very careful.
This is, if we were to compare apples to apples, this is a total number is lower, even with paying off.
Yeah.
Because our last budget wasn't less than FY
No,
twenty.
no, it was not. The last budget was roughly 3% over.
Yeah.
The operating budget was 3 point, and then there was another 10% on the other stuff.
8.2.
Yeah, no, it was. It was,
Now, I just
Just-
wanna make
just-
sure
I think it
that
was just under
remove the additional
13%
cost of the $14,000.
Yeah.
That's down here.
Did this?
yeah, about,
That's
yeah,
down.
10% of that plus or minus was the,
When we changed the contract
Stuff,
services
yeah.
and whatever, did it actually move that 2.98%?
and it didn't have the
Higher,
forensic
right?
audit.
Yeah, okay.
It was an additional
lower.
potential additional expense. So this is big, there's progress.
Yeah, and so let's go to page 8 of 15, please.
You really bought a lot.
Eight to 15.
We're on fire department.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I mean,
Hey, guys, let's listen to Roger.
I see a budgeted amount for the fire chief, fiscal 26, 77,000.
Correct.
Now I see a budgeted amount,
85.
7.
We did agree on this at one point because we will talk about that later on.
So, part of the contract.
Part of a contract. Try to go to.
Okay, then I understand why there's an increase there. All right, so now I'm gonna go to employee health benefits.
What page?
Should be near the,
There's always in that.
And I would like to page 14.
14, midway through.
Yeah, as we proposed in the failed budget, you would move to a silver plan and employees are to pay 100%. I think we should go to the silver plan on January 1 of 2027. We should have employees who are eligible to do this pay the 20%. So 20% premium. That's what I feel is an important thing to do.
And so since it's 10:56 PM at night, can you please put on the agenda for January 22nd? And it will be, and it will be.
June.
June, whatever. I keep on saying.
I know you have been for like 2
January.
weeks. You're ready for
I
winter.
want I want
In
January.
addition, we should not be paying any portion of the the employees' fees.
That part I will agree with, and I've asked multiple times, who, what. So the
employees.
The 4 years by 2018 or whatever, you know, since everyone, you know, when we're working with these fair, whatever, what is it called? Fair bargaining,
Fair labor practices.
collective practices, everyone's going to have to be treated the same.
Yeah.
So.
And I know we talked about last time of moving one person who was hired as part of their kind of thing, moving that over
When
the cost.
We'll have to
We'll
bring that
talk
up.
about
We'll
that.
talk about
Yeah.
that. 'Cause I need to know, you know, who was hired.
Yep.
On that. Okay,
Yep.
that's all I need. To know, okay? And when they were hired, when their contract was hired.
One quick question on health is, I know when we put the original budget together, there was health changes that we had talked about that you'd put a plan together and they were instituted in the budget.
Correct.
Okay, does this have none of those
This
changes?
has none of those changes.
This has none of those
This is
changes.
keeping the status quo with the numbers that we now have. So the numbers have changed because we have less staff.
Yeah, because I know the previous number was 550,000 and we unilaterally said take 50,000 out.
Correct.
And then you came back, which actually had a 462,000, okay, with a 38,000 incremental for new hires that would occur over the course of the year.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to figure out, so this 501 is based on no changes to the current plan at all.
Because that was my understanding that we were doing no changes to the employee benefits.
Okay, just want to make sure.
So what changed that we can?
I don't think anything has, which I think we should talk about in executive session.
Okay, I just want to make sure that this is flat,
This is flat.
flat plan.
This was following the instruction of keep it the
Don't
same.
touch anything.
Don't touch it. Yep.
And does it reflect?
Current numbers plus.
No, not having the, no, I don't, we get there.
Ask me later back there. Yeah. Or outside. Check.
It's 1, 2, 3.
Any longer, I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin.
Alright, so can I get a motion to go into executive session at 10?
So moved.
For personnel questions with the town.
You,
Second.
Are we?
Hey, Whit, are you signed in to this?
No. Well, if we have any changes, we have to come out here and look at them anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can work off.
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Brad, we keeping you up?
I'm gonna head out.
Take me with you.
George said Jack's is closed.
Always.
Let me pause our recording. Did you make the motion already?
No, I really don't have anything on the phone.
I made the motion to go into executive session at 10:59 and Vito said so.
That's weird. That's really strange.
We're out of executive session at 12:40 by my phone. Okay, there is no action taken from executive session. We're getting close to the budget, and as I had said, we really can set this thing all by July 2nd to give the longest period of whatever. Okay, Well, for the voters to have, okay? So,
Spirit of what?
we're getting close there. I just need to talk to my vice chair and Patrick sometime before Monday's meeting, just to sit down and talk, okay? To say where we're going. And first I'm gonna talk with him. I think
You want to do
we're
it
going
on
whatever.
Whatever.
Whatever,
We do it
okay?
Monday.
So we can do it Monday before you leave,
No, when I come back.
when you come back, okay? So I'm gonna read something off here and some of it may not be, you may say whatever, but we get hit as a board really hard lately, okay? And some people come in and say things that really aren't the true facts, okay? But they are the public, right, Patrick? And they could say what they want to say, I guess, right? Public come in and say,
I don't know where
and they
this is
could read or
going.
whatever. So anyway, I want to put in the paper this week, Select Board response to concerns. Dear Editor, there have been many citizens concerned at recent Select Board meetings that we like to address with facts so that the voting public is not misinformed by a few citizens who claim to know the truth and berate the board over and over on the same issue. The first concern is the town has had 7 managers over 12 years. While this is true, it's misleading. The stark truth is actually worse. We've had 4 managers in the past 2 years. That's the same 2 years since the Select Board expanded from 3 to 5 members. One could draw conclusions about that. We won't. Rather, by looking at those 4 managers, one will quickly see that 2 are interim managers and 1 is deceased. So really, it's just 2 in 2 years, and one of those, Patrick Cushing, still currently serving. To be specific, the managers since 2014 have been Seth Webb, 4 years, Deborah Schwartz, 2 years, Chet Hagenberth, 5 years, Michael Ramsey, 1 year, Tom Yelnero, interim, 8 months, David Atherton, 6 months, deceased, Dick Horner, interim, 4 months, and now Patrick Cushing, current since January 12. Of these 7 town managers, only 1 was terminated by a previous select board. And when I say that, I was on that previous select board in 2018, okay? We want to stick to facts instead of blame and wrong conclusions. The second concern, the high turnover at town hall. In addition to the town managers, some folks continue to bring concerns about the high turnover at town hall. First, we want to clarify once again that per state statute, the Select Board does not hire or fire anyone except the town manager. However, a few citizens continue to assert that the board is to blame for resignations and firings, repeatedly reading full resignation notices and lists of those who have left over the years at multiple meetings. After a while, it becomes clear that if it's not addressed directly, it will not stop. Because of those continuing to show up at meetings and bringing up issues, the board is looking into these situations, and at some point, we will need to address them. The board should not have to, since this is the town manager's job, okay, Patrick? But it becomes the select board's job when the citizens come to us with their concerns over and over. Many others wonder, why are we bringing up resignations? They're gone. Let's move on. We agree. The board doesn't want to talk about this, but some citizens refuse to let it go. So we must answer the questions in order to move on. We can't get into all the details. The bottom line is simple. The town select board does not hire or fire staff, but we do try to verify information when concerns are raised at this level. The third concern, important work of the town is being obstructed. Example, we still don't have a budget and board meetings haven't been productive lately. To quote Nan Solomon at Monday's meeting, June 9th, it's easy to break someone down than build someone up. We agree. It's so much easier for a few people to sit in the audience and blame the board for following statutory requirements. For the record, we know that Nan Solomon's quote referred to claims about the board's treatment of Mr. Cushing. Not the treatment towards the board, but the truism holds. Citizens don't have all the facts, and they shouldn't have as many involved personnel. We can't disclose more than we have to. That their claims are erroneous doesn't seem to deter certain people from believing them and repeating them broadly as truths. These folks who come to the select board meetings and say the same things over and over are not alerting the board to any new information. They're obstructing progress. They're demanding that their issue take priority over the town's greater good. Many claim to be speaking for the public, but they forgot that the public had already spoken in March when they voted down the budget and elected new members for the board. To address the treatment of Cushing, all we have to say is that the board is tired and frustrated with his unwillingness to follow directions. We have continued to work with him and continue to plan on working with him, okay? Giving him multiple chances over the past few months to follow very clear instruction, but he's been obstinate with his heels dug in and unwilling to act. And I'm sorry, Patrick, but that is what's going, and we're gonna move forward.
Very different
okay?
conversation than we were
Whatever.
just having
Well,
it back.
yeah, whatever, okay, yeah. Well,
We were just talking about working
yeah,
together.
well, I wrote this before. So legally,
okay.
a town manager,
We don't have to read it then.
legally, a town manager is an employee who serves under the direction and supervision of the select. The fourth concern, the ethics complaint and forensic audit. Andrew Geter, a citizen and former opponent of me, Jim Half, for the select board seat, and Don Martin, a citizen and DRB member, filed basic ethics complaints against me. They are being handled by an outside independent investigator. I've put half since it is on board, has repeatedly said, I have nothing to hide, and has even requested that the full report be made public to silence any remaining conspiracy theorists in town. It's important to let the process work, accept the outcome, and move on. If anything is found to be done wrong, we will correct it and add policies, if needed, to enable future leaders to follow best practices. This is the same with the forensic audit. We don't have all the information yet. Let's let them do their work, and in the meantime, move on with other critical work. Once that report comes out, we can address the findings and fix what is wrong. To those who want progress, who want a select board that verifies facts before making big decisions with taxpayer dollars, tune out the noise from a few loud individuals with personal agendas. As board member Vito Rosenis said, quoting Ronald Reagan, the board's job is to trust, but verify. It's simply a responsible way to govern. And I'm either putting this letter in tomorrow as we or I. So I want feedback from the board now. And
Well, it's, a lot of I in there. I don't mind going in on it, but it's gotta be edited, so it sounds like it's from the whole board versus just you.
well,
You know what I mean?
it says we. I started to, because I'm not going to talk about me in the third person or whatever. So I changed things around where I didn't say James Half, I said I, okay? I said, I changed some things in.
It's just a
here.
grammar thing, Jim. It's just a
Yeah,
grammar thing.
yeah, okay? But I mean, where it's saying here, it says, have basic ethics complaints against, I said me or whatever, it says half, okay? And it says it, so that's the grammar, but when I'm reading this thing off, I'm not gonna refer to me as
Okay,
another
I didn't
person.
have a, I didn't have.
Yeah.
I have no problem, you put mine.
You know,
Or anybody else. Yeah.
so, you know, and
I haven't talked to you about this, Jim, so I don't.
I haven't talked to anybody
Okay,
about
okay.
this.
I understand a desire to get some explanations and answers out to the citizens.
Right.
I totally understand that. And so I think what you're trying to do there is you're trying to do that. And I do appreciate that. I'm not sure that you're accomplishing that, because I think what you want to accomplish is you want to tell people, hey, the board's trying to move forward. Okay, and I think if you shorten that message up and basically hit on that point and that point alone, okay, it would be a more effective message.
You mind if I say something, Jim? It's possible.
And as, I mean, because I do appreciate what you're trying to do, okay? I just think it could be much shorter and more succinct.
Put my name all over it.
I think we just had a great conversation back there, at least at the end, you and I.
Yeah.
I
I think we've had great conversations all along at times.
Yeah.
But there's certain things,
we definitely butt heads
okay?
at times.
But like also inside, you know, like let's say here, like you say, I think we just had this, but we've had conversations before too. And then this weekly paper thing that comes out is actually really a political thing against the board. I believe that. Do you believe that, Roger?
Doesn't seem.
Vito, do you believe it's a political thing? Bill, do you think it's a political?
I think unfortunately it does, on some instances, I don't think Patrick started it to be that, but some of the messages are a little pointed.
Right.
Mhm.
John?
It's PR 101 basic with a little twist of psychology added in there.
Okay, so that's why it's almost like we've had conversations and yeah, so this board is trying to, and yeah, we told you to take the town manager thing off of it, but when we did that, it seemed like it got more of a political whatever, okay? And as I've said, I do believe there is a group of people that will believe a lot of the minority speaking.
And I think the best path forward, like what we just discussed, is coming out with positivity together
Okay.
and is to attack these issues and not get focused on this stuff. So
And in a way.
it is fully up to you, but this is completely counter to what we just talked about for over an hour.
But I believe it's completely on track of what we've been trying to do since March 9th or 10th of working with, but yet you haven't listened. And so
I have.
because of an hour's worth of conversation, it really, I had this written up prior to coming to this
Yeah.
board meeting. So
And
can
then
you fill us
Then you
in? No,
decided to
listen.
read it
Well,
after.
what, yeah, okay, we can
Yeah.
keep going, all right. So can you tell me what's going to be in the newspaper this week around the town?
That's Steve Finneran's celebration of life and how it made me realize that there's more to individual people than the side that we just see.
And what does that have to do with, and I'm sure there's some other flipping an arrow, whatever, that it's gonna get to like, oh, we all have to get together and we all have to do this and we have to do that. I mean,
It's more of that sometimes our single perspective of people is just that, a single perspective. And that
well,
we should
there's no
take time.
single perspective of Steve Finneran. Other
And that
than-
was my point.
Other than Steve Finneran was a great man. And when I went into that thing the other day at like 20 to 4, okay, one of the waitresses that was serving that knew me said, man, he set an impression. And I said to the person, everyone sets an impression. It's either bad or good. The thing with Steve is, it was a good impression,
And I think we have an
And-
opportunity
and
to
that-
change our impression of each other.
you know?
So I will tell you this, I form two impressions of everybody. I have a personal opinion and I have a professional opinion. Sometimes they align and sometimes they don't.
And so
It's good.
when it's coming to, I'm gonna bring back to the last time that I read a letter out and put it in the newspaper about the highway guys and we have these issues or whatever. You came up to me and you like shook my hand and I was like, wow, this is good. This is good. And then we went into an executive session. Bill and I were the only one in there, sorry, guys. And we're getting through this, and I had said like, you said, so how does that go, Jim, or whatever? And I said, it's great, but I think we really get to like, no one's coming. The TIF, if anyone understands this stuff and we want to move this town forward, I think you're starting to understand it now. You're gonna need help. One person that knows a lot of the stuff is me on this or whatever.
Absolutely.
Okay, but that was, and when I said that coming out of that meeting, you walked up to me and you said, I lost all faith and lost trust in you. And at this point, I'm trying, and I think you might be trying too.
I think we can
But this will
rebuild
wear
it.
me from there, you know?
I think we can
So-
rebuild it, Jim.
So, you know, well, hopefully we can, because this town has 70 to 80 million dollars worth of projects online
Yeah.
that need to be addressed.
And that's why we need to put all this other stuff to the side so we can do that and take
Okay.
care of this.
So what I'm gonna say is,
But-
Vito,
Put your
John,
names on.
and whatever, and from after this, I'll talk with you, Bill, in the morning.
I mean, yeah.
And we can make some changes. It's not as
Let's talk about, because we actually communicate
You and I are.
well, we're pretty much, yeah, but we go about things in very different ways, okay? And I
You're
think
the politician and I'm the hockey player.
maybe,
And I'm called a politician, but I'm not.
yeah, maybe,
okay? All right.
yeah. But I
So-
mean, I
I don't
think,
think Bill wants to
you're
refer
trying to-
himself as a
well, but
politician.
you're trying to figure out a way to put all this stuff behind us, okay? And so that we can move forward. And that's what I think you're trying to do. And, you know, there might be, a different spin you could put on that letter.
Well, I did already. If you see, I blacked out and you can't read it even if you blow it up.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
So I will
Well, I can
agree with, you know, maybe removing some of the stuff in here on that part there, but there's maybe one paragraph. The rest of it, standard.
Well, you have to be true to what you're
Right.
trying to do.
Right.
And
Okay.
I also understand that, okay?
So,
But you are representing the town, Jim, so we need to be aware of it.
so,
What happened to the old thing about not naming names?
Yeah,
you know. Sometimes you gotta break your own rules, you know, to get things across. You know, so that being said, Bill and I are gonna be meeting with whatever, but there is something else. There is something else that we need to do here.
Select board concerns.
Select board member comments and concerns.
And
So-
there's also community input.
At some point, we need to move this to earlier in our meetings, because the problem is we get to the end and it's just like,
Our brains are gone.
no, I've got so much to say that
You may not wanna say.
it takes too long.
Well, then
And
just say
at this
no.
time of day, it's like,
Just say, I don't-
but then it never happens. So that's the problem, is then you're never able to actually have the discussion that needs to be had.
So I think part of this writing that I was doing was like maybe, you know, if there's one writing around the town, then the select board can do select board concerns and we can come together with something in a positive way of moving forward. But as some people say here, well, you gotta address the past to get to the future. You know, and you know, just, you know, like it's, there's already another, like a public information request about my payroll or whatever. I'm just tired of the guys, you know, and it's ridiculous.
Training.
Just give him my payroll. You don't have to explain anything about it. Just give him my payroll, okay? Give him my timesheet. If he wants a timesheet every single time, give him the timesheet. But underneath select board member concerns, then for me, it's like public, what is it called? Public.
information
It's
requests?
not information. Public
Records request.
records
Records
requests.
requests,
Thank you,
okay.
John. You know, that's another thing that we're gonna have to hit up on. There's gotta be a form to fill out, not just,
I have
Well,
a
no.
form now.
well, today's just an email.
Well, yeah,
Well, Friday was just an email.
it gets tracked on a tracking
Okay.
form now.
And it's supposed to be, and when I.
And I send a copy back to the person and.
Yeah, well, but when I worked under or with other town managers, okay, the board was sent an email saying, so-and-so had sent out for a public request, okay? So the board knows it. Everybody else in town knows the person. It's like they know before we know. And we
I can
need,
let you know when we get public
well, we
information
should,
requests.
so get the public information because,
No
but
problem.
it's just, it seems like sometimes some of those things are answered faster than what some of the other board members are asking. And,
That's the way I have to request them, I'll request them that way.
you know, no, the board doesn't have to request it as that way or whatever. So
I think
anyway,
Roger's point is,
If that's gonna
if
get
that's
it to
actually
them in
gets you a
timely
response,
manner,
you actually get the information you've
Then I will
requested
request it
multiple
then.
times, then that's what he feels he may have to do, and I think that's what his point
but
is.
we also need
thank
to
you.
understand who is the keeper of records in this town. And before our new great town clerk, the previous town clerk, that was the one that handled public requests. Okay, it went through the clerk's office. Okay,
According to statute, that's how I understand it's supposed to happen.
yeah, well.
Yeah, we can
it's-
do that,
it's
that's
the
fine.
clerk- Well, it's the, but this is what I'm getting at. It's like,
We gotta go back and figure out what the right processes are and
We have
follow
to set
them.
up policies and
We gotta do
processes that
that.
are.
no,
correct.
that's not that's the state already. It's like,
No,
we
I
don't
know.
need to, you just need
Already
people
done.
to
You
follow
just
what
need
it's
to
gonna
do it.
do. So
You
you
just
should
need to
not
do
be
it. You need to
wasting,
do it.
you should not be wasting your time on all these things. It should be going to the clerk.
I love it.
And then the
I'm
clerk,
agreeing.
and then the clerk is supposed to like forward it to,
The appropriate person that could do it. That the
well,
least.
first go to Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns and say, is this a proper whatever? And then go from there, you know? We're just gonna get tied up and tied up and tied up. And I get it, like, yeah, I'm bringing up past. I get it, Vito. But for me, maybe it's gonna make me that this is the last time I bring up something on this or whatever, as long as we can start working together. But if we can't, I'm tired of work together, Jim, work together, Jim.
I think we had a
Jim-
great
but
meeting
when
today.
it- Yeah, but before that, it's the same thing, work together. But like, I got people going out there saying, I put in 20 hours of overtime every single week. It's a false lie, but people believe it and then more people say it. How much do I have to take false stuff against me without management sticking up or without the board sticking up? And a perfect example is, you know, that letter that was, or text or whatever, I stuck up for a fellow board member. I was like, this does
Yeah,
not, you
Ricky.
know, whatever,
Yeah.
you know? And I mean, you know, and then I got
Again.
people coming in here like.
We
they're
get to a place
point-
where we're being human to
well,
each other.
they're
And
point-
that's-
we had a conversation, Ricky and I, and he wants everybody to go to the PEG TV thing and see. He told me to kiss his effing ass and he stormed out of here. Like, all right, so go look at it. You know, we're having conversations and don't do that. So, yeah, it's tough. I'm not quitting. And that's what,
We need.
no,
you.
listen, that's what the initial start was to get me to quit. At that end, anyone else have something to say?
We do have to deal with the forensic audit.
That's what I
selection.
thought there was
Okay.
something to
And
do.
not at this meeting,
That's on the
not at
27th.
this meeting, okay, but just, we gotta remember that, we gotta do that, so.
And what we forgot to talk about was what John wanted to talk about of the 5 things, of the 5 in there.
What?
Okay,
Oh.
John
Oh,
was saying that
You
the
meant to talk about that
5
there.
companies that we've already put out, and we could do this in open because it's just a conversation. There's
Target.
17 accounting firms that gave us bids for a forensic audit.
Correct.
Okay, so the question is that we knocked it down to 5. Okay, so while we're grading these things of the 5 to get to whatever, do we say that and I think you said it once, Vito, that this forensic audit group is going to be already doing work, and then if we get this other group in, they're gonna be duplicating to get to the point. And I think you had said it once to me, like, you know, the forensic audit people, if it is the same company, they're gonna be starting from here, but then whoever we hire on to start doing all this other great work to track, they're gonna start from day one to go forward. And so that when the forensic part catches, then they can go there. We need to get somebody in here fast.
Oh, I
So
absolutely.
do we want to somehow, as a board, use those 5 and pick and maybe change the scope and put out that you are the top 5, okay? And the board would like to throw this add-on, okay? For doing the scope that we're saying.
Basically just send them the RFP.
So now it's the 5 and send them the RFP that's there.
What would this be as an add-on?
What
I
would
like
this
that.
be as an add-on,
I like that.
okay?
That's a great idea.
And then we can get it going, okay?
So
Right,
next
and
week,
do
so
you
next
do
week,
this or?
next
Can-
week,
can
you bring
you
us a
do it?
clean copy of that RFP, please.
Yeah.
And I think then we can discuss that a little bit more, but I think that's a great idea.
I like it as an
Because it
add-on
doesn't-
more than,
It-
No
I
offense,
don't, I don't
I
want to
accept
get another 17 or whatever, and I'm gonna be honest with you, John and I were talking about this, and I think, John, you threw this subject at me,
nice.
okay? Saying, hey, why don't we use,
Or
It's a
bid
whatever.
criteria, but that's all you should do. You
Yeah.
should do it just as a bid criteria, but you could do it this way as well, but doing it as a bid criteria and a separate one just to automatically eliminates the rest
We haven't sent it out.
and sets you down to just the 5. Right? Because in order to
So
be,
you're saying as part of the RFP that gets put out, saying you have to have put in for the forensic audit?
no, you have to be one of the 5 selected.
sorry, you're
One of
right.
the
One of
5
the 5.
selected for the next level of qualification in order to be able to submit a bid. So it's just a qualification of your ability to bid.
And then we basically.
And
send
so
it
we
to
still
Brett.
meet our criteria for having multiple bids, 3 bids. And
I think you're right,
yet
that
we've
is actually
already,
cleaner.
we've already narrowed down the field to qualified folks. We haven't selected one yet, so we haven't gone into that,
Yeah.
that far into it. But this allows those people
Those 5.
to look at it and say, okay, there's even something more here for us. And, you know, maybe it does sweeten the pie on one end or the other, or if at a minimum, the ramp up time is faster.
Yes.
so now my question on that is that can it turn out to that maybe maybe we're actually going with 2 out of the 5, like, let's say we like this one, or is it just 1?
I think you can always split it out if
Yeah,
needed.
you can always do that. And that's why I say, if you just say, in order for you to be able to bid, you know, a bid criteria, minimum qualification for bidding is
Involved,
you have to be one of the 5 selected. Then those 5 can submit, and we don't have to pull either, you know, they don't have to be a matching pair. Now, if it happens to work out that they're a matching pair, then I think that's beneficial for everybody,
And
but
the 5 that we're down to in your 4 lines should be able, or 5, okay, should be able to cover this other section, that they're big enough firms, and they are.
if they're able to perform a forensic audit at the level that we're looking for, I can't imagine they can't perform
And they all appear,
high-level accounting function.
they all appeared to do high-level accounting functions. And forensic audit was just a practice that they had.
I don't know if any are specific on TIF, but again,
Yeah, I
that's
don't
such
know.
a specific.
There was a
thing.
couple-
There was a few.
There was a couple,
A few that have done it.
Yeah.
And just because I said earlier,
Acknowledged.
Vermont TIF, it could be a company that's outside of Vermont, but they've worked with someone.
And our
Yeah,
state regulations are quite unique.
Well, also don't deny the fact that they could seek a contractor to work with them, meaning they could
They
be
could sub it.
they could be the agency of hire, but they could go out and find a specific professional who does have specific TIF knowledge in the state of Vermont.
All this being said, these are great, that was a great idea. I please ask you guys to make next week's agenda to really stick to the budget of this TIF selection. I'm sorry to the planning commission, from my perspective,
We don't have time for that.
And as we read the procedure of select board, the chair has the final
Sure.
say of whatever.
Mhm.
I agree with you at this time. I'll have to think about
I'm gonna put a draft together tomorrow. We can look at it. And
it. All right.
again, I'm gonna be out of the office Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but I'm not out of contact. I will have it forward over. Let that go.
So at 1,
13, 14.
did we carry everything through?
I think so.
I think that was
I
it.
think that was it.
At 1:12, by my clock on my phone, can I get I will make the motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.